What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's another
Dirty Harrison!
To level up at 2-2. And this time there is no mistake on the double 16.
This is getting nervy, but Nolan van Leuven gets over the winning line.
Double 14, what a start. Brilliant.
And a sublime 136 from Carl Coleman, beautiful.
Thomas gets it. Double top, double 17. Well, that's some way to win it. Knew I should have worn double denim. Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the Motor Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. The Friday action is about to begin and the country roads will lead us to the home of darts here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But who is going to make it through to Saturday night? He didn't get the memo of double denim either, did Glenn Durrant. Just the polo shirt and jeans affair, is it?
Well, I do like my country music though, but I'll leave the one-liners to you, Henry.
Let's talk about last night then. Group B, Scott Campbell, top of the table, 6 points. Really good display from him overnight.
From the first start as well, he raced into a 3-0 lead in our opening game against Barry Copeland, and he was very impressive. He's got everything that you want to see from a player at the Motor Super Series. He scored big, his finishing was really good, and he was peppering the 4 wins out of 4 at one point, but 6 points overnight, job well done. A little bit of work to do tonight, but I'd expect Scott to qualify.
This is how the table looks overnight. Scott Campbell and Leonard Gates both on 6 points. Leonard lost his first match, won his last 3. Gemma Hayter won her first 2, lost the last 2. Jamie Lewis, it was an opposite tale yesterday evening. That will come to a close at 10 o'clock tonight here on Pluto TV. That's Group B. Group C is what we're focusing on this afternoon. We have 2 leaders at the top of the table there as well. Kevin Burness and Peter Wachiuri, both on 8 points going into Friday's action. And Peter Wachiuri is just the gift that keeps on giving here at the Super Series, isn't he?
Yeah, what a story. And I was surprised how big of a scorer he was. I mean, he has that flicky action. He's a little bit quirky. And then the potential of the 9-dart. I mean, I've had some wonderful moments here at the Motor Super Series in the comms box. This one was going off the scale. Let me tell you, round about now, the adrenaline in the comms box was absolutely flying. Only Pete will let you know how he was feeling. That's the most difficult dart. Now we're really excited. That could have been the biggest moment at the Motor Super Series.
He's been quite the story. I mean, it made Kenyan national TV news, that particular story. He is making waves back home.
I know you're saying that with a little bit of a smile on your face as well, but in all seriousness, it's brilliant. It's absolutely fantastic. I mean, Devon Peterson was the first person on social media to congratulate what he's doing there. I thought this was going to be just too big for him. There's that unbelievable video of him in the final, the African qualifier with the vuvuzelas, but it's different when you come here to the atmosphere, that stage. But he's took it. He was unlucky not to win his opening couple of games on Monday, but he's got better as the week goes on. What a potential story if he qualifies for Saturday night.
He's joined on 8 points by Kevin Burness going into Friday's action. Carl Coleman, Nolan van Leuven and Tony Scheurwater are going to need big days to make it through. Martin Thomas looks as if he's adrift going into Friday's action. But Kevin Burness, top of the table. And if Peter Wachiuri took all the accolades, Kevin Burness was the player of the day in terms of performance.
Yeah, lost his opening game as well, but after that he was very good. Played at a real fantastic pace that we didn't see yesterday. This group is fairly methodical, but the one thing that stood out was Kevin Burness, and he checked out on that 79 a couple of times, this time using the double 11, a big 4-0 win there. And he takes everything in his stride. He comes in here recently playing in the Players' Championships on the professional PDC tour, big wins over Barney and James Wade. So he comes here in great form. He'll have really enjoyed yesterday. He could be a name to watch out for.
Let's have a look at the odds then, see what the bookies think about today's action. Now, Kevin Burness goes off the 8-13 favourite. If the truth be told, there's not really any surprises in the betting there, is there?
I think Kevin Burness is great value. I think at 8-13, I expect him to go on and see that. I think Peter Wachiuri had a great day, but all the accolades that he's having, how's he dealt with that overnight? He'll have been looking at all his messages. I mean, his mind can be a little bit of a mush. It's difficult to sort of bounce back after that. So I fully expect Kevin Burness to run away with this. And at 8-13, I think that's good value.
It is 18 plus. It is gambleaware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series this afternoon as the race for Saturday night intensifies here at the Live Lounge in Porto. We're expecting a half-decent crowd, particularly if Gemma Hayter qualifies. If you want to be here on any given Saturday, take a look at this. And so Friday's action is going to get underway with a meeting between Scheurwater and Carl Coleman. This was how the afternoon session on Thursday was completed, and it was a 4-0 victory for Carl Coleman on that particular occasion. It was only a 75 average, which won the game for Carl in the end. It was a slow end to the session yesterday for Donny, but it's a table which overnight will be topped by Kevin Burness going into Friday's proceedings. Peter Wachiuri also on 8 points in the group. And in terms of how this afternoon could go, Glento, and who do you expect to be the main protagonist? And do you expect Burness and Wachiuri to hold on to those top two seedings?
I'm not so sure about Peter. Like I said just prior to the show there, I mean, it would be wonderful as a neutral. They're the type of players that you want to qualify. It's big news. It's going to be great news for African Dart. I fully expect Kevin Burness to continue where I think he believes he should be there Saturday night. And I think what he demonstrated yesterday, that he's a potential winner of the week as well. I think that's how I see it. Can I see a player come through? Well, let me tell you, I'm extremely proud of that young man throwing his dart at the moment, Carl Coleman. He's pretty much almost family to me, and I think yesterday it was a tough start for him, but he won that opening game. I think it fell nicely for him. I mean, he'd expect in himself as a favourite to go into this match with Scheurwater to win this game. What he mustn't do is what I'm doing now, and looking back at that, he's got Martin Thomas next after that. So, it's felt nicely for Carl Coleman to see how it goes. Martin Thomas cannot play like he did yesterday, because he just simply couldn't hit the double.
Yeah, the doubles were a shock. You actually look at his numbers yesterday, 12 and 65, 18%. Hello, welcome along to the commentary box. A little bit of a technical issue. Play will get underway in a couple of moments' time. So it gives me and Glenn an extra few minutes just to dissect what we saw during yesterday's session and look ahead to what we're going to see this afternoon. Now, you said Peter Wachiuri could well be hanging on to second position. So if it's not going to be Peter Wachiuri, who could it be that takes second spot?
Well, in normal terms, it would be Martin Thomas, but like I say, he just could not hit the double yesterday. I had a chat with Noah van Leuven this morning, and just doesn't really seem herself. I don't think she feels like she's playing her best darts, and I just give her a little gentle reminder that, you know, she's made a big effort to come across from Holland, and, you know, don't let these moments sort of pass you by. So it'd be interesting to see how Nolan plays, because I think she has the pedigree. I think she has the game to do really well there. So it'll be fascinating. If one player is going to come through the field, in my opinion, it'll be Nolan.
And you look at this group as well, there's a lot of inexperience to a certain extent, because Nolan and Martin, the only players that have had significant records here in the past, both of them with decent records. But for the likes of Wachiuri, the likes of Coleman, Donny, this is fairly unfamiliar territory for them.
And I felt it's one of those weeks as well. You know, the experience, you know, generally is Kevin Burness, because of where his game's at right now. He's doing really well on the ADC. He's won a big competition in Belfast. He's played on the Challenge Tour with a couple of semi-finals. So for Kevin Burness, I think he looks at this group and knows his head and shoulders that he can go through this one. And I felt before a dart was thrown that second place is up for grabs. And, you know, Peter Wachiuri's in the perfect place. But it'll be, like I say, it'll be interesting to see how it kicks on from there.
So that's the table on what is a busy afternoon of darts here across the Super Series and across other formats. Of course, the UK Open getting underway today. It's a busy, busy day of darts. We'll then see Group B come to a close at 10 o'clock this evening. Just a quick word on that. We spoke about Scott Campbell, didn't we, earlier on this morning, and about his progress. He looked really, really good last night. But I wonder how Gemma Hayter's going to sleep at the end of it all, having won her first two games but then lost the last two. She could have, if results went her way, and you look at the way the last couple of games went, particularly against Jamie Lewis, she could have perhaps should have been in a more comfortable position than she currently is in. Yeah, that in particular game with Jamie Lewis is absolutely, because she was 3-0 up in that game. Jamie Lewis was on the back of his looking for his opening win. But when when he played that game and he was 3-0 down, come back and won it 4-3, then that's fantastic for Jamie Lewis, and he's made the group very interesting. Well, as you can see, we've just got a slight stoppage in play here of the live lounge in Portsmouth. We will get underway with Coleman and Donny Scheurwater in a few moments' time. But before then, we're going to take a short break. And when we return, the live darts will begin here, live and exclusive on Pluto TV. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Levanowski!
What a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! So, welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're about to get the day's action underway on Pluto TV, and it is a meeting between Carl Coleman and Donny Scheurwater. These two rounded off the Thursday afternoon action, and they will kick off the Friday afternoon action here at the Super Series. For Donny, he picked up a couple of wins yesterday. Both of these players begin Friday's play on 4 points respectively. 4 behind Peter Wachiuri and Kevin Burness, who are the top 2 in the group going into the final day's play in this Group C. Coleman, second appearance here, looking to make it through to first finals night. Donny Scheurwater on debut in this competition, but he did play in the ADC Global Championship just before Christmas in this building. He was unable to qualify for the Saturday then, and the loser of this game probably won't qualify for Saturday this time around. So we are underway in Group C. It's Coleman against Scheurwater to kick off the action, and we're going to be watching every single dart today in the company of the 3-time Lakeside champion, the former Premier League winner, Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, an interesting few minutes there, and what it did mean is that the players were kept on the stage, and they've had an incredible amount of practice time on there. And Carl Coleman nearly had the perfect start, and he's found back in the treble again.
121.
Yeah, superstar from Carl in a game where probably for the first time in his Modus Super Series career, he's going to go into it as a heavy favourite, and that burden of having to win the game as well, because it's felt nicely for him. I think he'd be expected, as we said, to get onto 6 points, and then he'll have a massive second game against Martin Thomas there. But I guess what you mustn't do is what I'm doing to him right now and start looking ahead.
All about one game at a time.
140. Carl, you got 145.
Coleman 145 to take the opening leg on throw. Not to be on this occasion.
70.
Yeah, that's when you're just telling yourself to just keep it simple. But the treble 20, you'd be expecting at least a dart at tops on that 75 finish. And we've sort of scrutinised and had a look at Donny. I must admit,
100.
I had a little chat with him after. He's pretty crestfallen how the day went yesterday, but he's on 4 points. Expected Carl to have a dart at tops. He's going to get a dart at tops. Beautiful way to start.
Shot in the first leg, Carl Coleman.
Coleman with an early hold. He takes the opening leg.
Second leg, it's Donny to throw first. Game on. .43.
So a big chance for Carl Coleman, who scored beautifully well in their opener. He looks relaxed. Just if you have a little look at the shoulders there, that can tell you an awful lot about how a player is feeling. And let's say this is mightily impressive. Very, very popular, Henry, in the Teesside areas, Carl. He does an awful lot of work for the ADC, sort of behind the scenes as well, alongside people like the very impressive Scott Hunt. So I know there's a lot of people behind Carl. I was chatting with his family last night, and they're incredibly proud of him. But now that's all nice. All the niceties are nice. But now it's about him getting up there and winning and getting a Saturday night. He's at that stage now where he's looking for that breakthrough.
Well, it's all about business, isn't it, today? And that is exactly what Friday is. What happens in the rest of the week is rendered an absolute irrelevance. It's all about what you can do on Friday to get yourself into the Saturday showpiece. Strong enough start for Carl Coleman. It was a 15-dart start on throw, and he looks as if he has taken the darts here off of Donny Scheurwater.
41.
There's been quite a few darts drifting into the 5 for Carl. But he's also been very accurate on that treble 20 as well, so the ideal
60.
start. He had a lot of darts like that yesterday, just all sitting above the treble. I never have a problem with that. It means that you're throwing well. But this is a decent version of Donny. Looking more comfortable than he did yesterday, that's for sure.
Looks a lot fresher. I just think the punches that were hit by him in Group A just told over a little bit yesterday.
100.
And maybe in some way he might think that he's unable to get through this group. And so consequently, he may just be able to play with a bit more freedom on this Friday.
140.
Look, he's on 4 points the same. He's in the same scenario as Carl Coleman, which we're talking about if he wins this game, if. If Donny wins this game, he moves to 6 points and 2 behind qualification.
48. Donny, you require 36.
So double 18 for Donny. Now along for double 9. As what Harrington would say, the tricky little switch.
18. Carl,
Said
you require
Carl
78.
was going to get 1 dart at the 75 finish in the opening leg, and it could be similar with this 78. Treble will be the bonus. So nice and straight in the 20s. And exactly the same. However, this time he has to move across. That's what you can see.
58. Donny, you require 18. Scored.
Two fours. Now down for double 2.
16.
Doesn't go, and so
Carl, you require
Coleman's going to come
20.
back for double 10 to double his lead to 2-0.
Yeah, interesting reaction
Game
there from Donny as
shot,
Carl
second leg,
sinks
go
that
Coleman.
double 10. You could just see him just manoeuvring his shoulders a little bit. Again, a nice touch there. Seeing them afterwards just chatting with each other. Carl won't have known Donny, but probably feels his stress. But as a dart player, it might be just a nice little touch there to Donny. But inside you're thinking, happy days. Donny's struggling a little bit. I can see out this game.
100.
And he hasn't really had to do anything overly extravagant to build up a 2-0. He's averaging 81, 2 for 3 on the doubles, but
140.
there hasn't been too much by way of opposition from Donny Scheurwater in this match, just like in the meeting between the pair at the end of yesterday's session.
60.
Well, it was a lot of missed darts at the double for Donny. I think his scoring is where he wants it to be. He started this leg with a 140, and he's back in the treble 20 bed again. So
190.
he certainly is making Carl Coleman think. The detriment was the fact that he missed darts at double 18, double 9, and fluffed his lines on double 4 as well. Tidy game.
Decent contest between these two. But Coleman's just beginning to put his foot on the gas a little bit.
60.
That is 100 times better than the dart he's been thrown the past couple of days, Donny. I say he looked pretty crestfallen yesterday. Just a little reminder to him that he is sat on 4 points, and a win over Carl Coleman in the opening one puts him in a clear 3rd place.
45.
Sometimes you just don't always see that bigger picture.
121.
121 to bring it back to 2-1. That's not going to go. And so what could Coleman make of the 156?
Yeah, he had that beautiful 136 in his opening game yesterday at this stage in leg 3.
156.
It's funny how darts can replicate itself. Needs the treble 20 to start, of course.
100. Donny, you require
Donny looking at 79 to bring it back to 2-1. He will also get a break as well. 58 left, double top left. Bends the wire, and so Coleman will come back.
Require 56.
Does he feel big 16's the route to go? There was the option of the double 18 with a big 20, but this is the target he's gone for. Good marker.
16. Donny, you
So
require
Donny, looking at
40.
double top. He gets another go. And this
Game
time he
shot
makes no
there,
mistake. The
Donny
first couple were a bit
Scheurwater.
wild, but the third one was straight into the bed. 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Donny to throw first. Game on.
This is probably not the performance that Carl Cole was hoping from his opponent.
133.
I think in normal circumstance, you could argue that Donny should be the player who's 2-1 up because he had those darts at a double. Yes, Carl missed an opportunity with 2 darts for a 3-0 lead. I think this is
60.
very much match on. And the catalyst for that has been Scheurwater's scoring power. That's where he was yesterday. There was a lot of drifts. But whatever he's done overnight,
66.
and it could be absolutely nothing because we know darts is on a different day, but he's scoring for fun.
$100. $124.
Well, Scheurwater really is working his way back into the match. Was 2-0 behind, had to evade opportunities from Coleman to lead 3-0.
43.
Broken the last and now has 6 and 178 to level the match up.
Yeah, interesting. Carl gave him that little pat, didn't he? A 2-0 down.
90.
It could be roles reversal here because it's Donny who's got the momentum right now. Well ahead in this one and looks like we're going to go level. We started yesterday and 5 of the first 6 games
100. Donny, you require 88.
went the distance.
Well, that would have been a little bit cheeky and a little bit delightful.
Is it a sign he's confident? However, will he be confident in the doubles? That's been his problem. He has got back into this game with that last start at tops in the previous one.
134.
An
Donny, you
awful lot
require
of pressure.
32.
Let's see how Donny's feeling.
Well, this is awkward.
No score.
And if it wasn't
Carl,
for
you
the
require 64.
second dart that was in the way, that probably would have found a way in.
What a stunning first dart. Big dart for Carl Coleman.
56. Donny, you require 32.
So Donny Scheurwater looking at double 16 to level this match up at 2-2. Now 2 8s.
No score.
But we saw that a few times last week where a double 8 went off course,
Carl,
went
you
too high,
require
went
8.
into the double 11. And so it's given Coleman an opportunity, given him the chance to re-establish the 2-leg buffer. If he can find double
Game
4,
shot in the
and the man
fourth
from the
leg,
northeast
Carl
finds the
Coleman.
northeast corner. 3-1.
Yeah, I was going to have a little session with Carl this
Fifth
week,
leg,
but
it's Carl to throw first.
I didn't think it was the
Game
right
on.
decision to do prior to a big tournament like this. But what I would say, the fundamentals are there. It's a very elegant throw. It's a throw that I think can
47.
take him to where he wants to in the game. There's a brilliant amount of players in the T side, and in particular some really good young players coming through in the northeast.
41.
We've seen players like Ryan Branley here at the Motor Super Series, Daniel Stevenson. So we're really looking for a breakthrough coming from T side, and this man's doing an awful lot, not for himself, but also for giving players, the
100.
young players, the opportunities to get regular match practice. That's what the ADC, Henry, is doing in the northeast.
Well, not just the northeast, but across the country and across Europe. And Donny Scheurwater's been a beneficiary of that
137.
himself. Qualifying through the Dutch Order of Merit. That's what gave him the invitation to the Global Championship in December. And that's going to be an expanded tournament,
60.
expanded field this year. 56 players will be playing for a prize fund of £150,000, 60 grand of which going to the winner. And all that action is going to be
100.
brought to you exclusively live on Pluto TV around about Christmas time.
Yeah, it was brilliant to hear the
60.
interviews from the players like Sam and Whitlock and Mervkin, where, yes, they've lost the tour card. Yes, they're at maybe a certain age where will they be back to where they want to be. So many opportunities. The real still pathways now in the amateurs
43.
game, but every player you talk to, they want to be here. They want to be on that stage. And that's what I was trying to say to Nolan van Leuven this morning. That's the reason why you've got to give absolutely everything while you're here. Carl is doing that.
121.
Well, Scheurwater will feel like he's got a chance to set up here, hoping Coleman cannot find the 1-1-3. He's missed 14 darts at a double in this match, as Scheurwater, 1 for 15 on the doubles. Coleman, 113 to win the match 4-1. And he's going to get a match dart here. And that match dart's going to be at tops to finish in style, 73. And that would have been to finish for ton topper.
You require 120.
We talked about the improvement in the scoring power. Some people will see that as cheeky darts, but it was just so
59.
awkward, that first dart. Carl Coleman,
40.
he knew what the strategy was. He needed to win this opening game to move to 6 points.
$35. Donny, you require
so Donny,
61.
to further extend this match, is looking at 61. Double 18. Great guide. Nestled in beautifully. We're back to 3-2. But Carl Coleman knows as well that that was a break against him. And so Scheurwater's going to have the darts in leg 6 to take us all the way to a last leg decider. And he doesn't look too pleased about it, does the man from the northeast.
Yeah, I'm thinking, what is he thinking about right now? Well, yesterday, Carl Coleman in game 2 was 3-1 up, putting himself in a fantastic position. And he lost that game. I'm just wondering, is he thinking, here we go again? Because Donny, this is the best I've seen from Scheurwater. Yes, he won a couple of games yesterday, but he's been averaging sort of early 70s to mid 70s. But, you know, despite any statistics that you're looking here, just visually
60.
And his scoring power has been so much better.
$60. $83.
Donny has the darts in this. So Carl has the... Yeah, it was Donny with the darts in this 6th leg. I'm losing my mind.
100.
I need to stop second guessing myself, Glenn.
I've been saying that for years, Henry, but that's another story.
Well, in terms of the stats in this game, Carl Coleman averaging 76.01. Donny Scheurwater 73.49. 180 in the favour of Donny Scheurwater, but it's been the finishing that's been the real problem for the Dutchman.
96,
just 2 from
Donny
17 on the outer
130.
ring. That equates to 11.8%. And he's got 6 darts here from 130 to take us all the way
80.
to a last leg decider.
Yet the scoring power from Donny's been so much better than that average. Like I said, we have this obsession with averages in darts. Clearly, 2 from 17 is going to affect any numbers. But he's got an opportunity to take this match the distance. It creeps into that 18.
42. Carl, you require 146.
Well, this would be some way to win it for Carl Coleman. But the 146 isn't going to go, and so Scheurwater to ensure. There we go, the
46.
distances. Having
Donny,
a look here
require
at double
8.
4.
That statistic of missed darts at a double just keeps
score.
on increasing. The only
Carl,
thing
you require
is the fact that his
100.
busty will go back to double 4 if Carl Coleman doesn't check out in this ton. Beautiful first dart. You could see
Game
the reaction
shot,
from
and
Don
the
in the
match,
background.
Carl
It was a
Coleman.
match of missed opportunities from both. Donny Scheurwater, hugs all round there. Good scoring. The doubles were his Achilles heel. Carl Coleman knew he had to win that opening game, and that's exactly what he's done. Carl Coleman moves on to 6 points.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
requires
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require
I
20.
think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the
gets
job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Burness
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Tops for the screamer.
Game shot number
What a
4,
finish
then.
from Leonard.
Game
But
shot
there is no
of the match.
problems here for Robert
And the double
Thornton.
treble 2 week champion.
17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible.
And it is.
Game on the
And sometimes it's the biggest moments that make the...
You got to be kidding. Oh, that's cruelty from Neil Duff.
Well, Double Trouble is back next week. We kick off on Monday morning from 9:30. And what a lineup we've got for you. Robert Thornton is defending the title that he won in September. He'll be kicking the week off. Simon Whitlock and Steve Beaton among the illustrious names in there. Andreas Harrison, the Series 7 champion, also one of the headline acts. Ted Evitts was 2-0 up in that final against Robert Thornton in the autumn. He'll be alongside the newly crowned World Seniors champion Ross Montgomery and Steve West. And in Group C, Keegan Brown, Adrian Gray and Mark Dubridge. Glenn Durwan is alongside me. In terms of that particular tournament, Robert Thornton will be looking to defend his title. Who are you looking forward to seeing in that lineup?
Simon Whitlock, Steve Beaton is the obvious answer there. I thought you were going to ask me who's going to win. I've got a thing for Neil Duff in that type of format as well. But let me tell you, it just makes me so happy to sort of look at that group breakdown there. I think we've got the who's who. I can only think of maybe 2 or 3 names which, you know, including maybe Adrian Lewis would be great to see in there. Maybe our commentator Scott Mitchell as well would be a fantastic addition. That's an amazing week and, yeah, don't miss it.
Yeah, Monday morning, 9:30, that gets underway. But let's get started with game number 2. It sees Martin Thomas and Kevin Burness go toe-to-toe on the hockey. And Martin, despite the trials and tribulations of yesterday, still with a beaming smile on his face. He takes on Kevin, who picked up 4 wins from 5 in terms of his opening day exploits. The big favourite with the bookies. And the bookies say he's 8-13 on to go on and win this group. And there's really no surprise because he was the standout player yesterday.
It's not often you see you get good value at 8-13. But I think the way he played, and it was his first game of the day, and I'm expecting a better Martin Thomas. Martin Thomas's doubles yesterday was not where he wanted to be, let me tell you, because I felt like he was fighting, he was scrapping, but every time he needed a double. And if I said to you, Henry, 18.46% for the day, 12 from 65, I honestly can't think of a lower percentage over a day's play for a long, long time.
Oh, I can. We've had some... I think the best one we've had... Well, it's not the best one. It's quite literally the worst one was 9%. Well, he's at 100%, that man. He's George Baker. He's our referee. And he is going to be taking charge of the rest of the day's action. And let's get things going
100
on game 2. And for Martin Thomas, he's looking to find a fix on this Friday.
41.
Yeah, it was really comfortable. It was the penultimate game of the day yesterday, and Kevin Burness was flying. He was averaging 103 to 105 going into the last leg. Ended up with a 96.97. And basically beat up Martin Thomas 4-0. But Martin is, let me tell you, he's a gentleman, isn't he? It was something you
81.
alluded to at the beginning of play yesterday. He had his, you know, he thanked Kevin Burness for the game, and then he put his arms round Donny Scheurwater, and despite the fact not having a great day, he was thinking of others.
140.
I actually bumped into Martin on the way in this morning, and he was heading down to the shop to get some breakfast, and he said, "Would you like anything?"
59.
That's how
Kevin
much of a
Newport,
gentleman Martin Thomas
161.
is.
I'm surprised you didn't take it, you tight person. What a dart.
Hey, I'm getting you dinner later.
97.
Wish I could take it off you as well, but Kevin Burness might be celebrating later, that's for sure. And when you've had a good day like yesterday, you're thinking,
90.
what did I
Kevin
do
Newport,
yesterday? How can I
64.
replicate that? But it's been just the start that he wanted on throw. He'll stay there for double 16 and the opening leg of game 2.
48. 140.
So Burness
Kevin,
looking
you
at
require
double 8 to
16.
take the opening leg. This meeting was won 4-0 by
Game start the first
Kevin
leg.
Burness
Kevin
yesterday.
Burness.
With an average of 96.97. 4
Second
from
leg
10
is Martin to throw
in terms of his
first.
finishing.
Game on.
Martin Thomas, 0 from 6 in terms of the doubling in that particular contest.
43.
That was a very good 4-0 win, wasn't it, for Kevin? What did you make of it, Glenn?
I think I've just said it about a minute ago, but hey, never mind. I think he's been excellent, Henry. I think he's come here at the Motor Super Series in the right week at the right time. I've had a little sneaky look at some of the groups over the next few weeks and months. And let me tell you,
100.
it is red hot. And I just think Kevin has got the right week. He's coming here banging form.
Yeah, around about week 9, week 10 is when the series really
123.
heats up. Just to give you a little bit of a look ahead as to how things go. There's going to be some big names coming in later on in this campaign. Double Trouble 2 sees a lot of big
24.
names enter the fray. 3 even. Time flies by so quickly.
140.
Yeah, great response here from Martin Thomas. This is what we expected. That might have been a fear for a lot of the players today. But Martin Thomas scored what we expected him to.
Martin, you require 74.
It was about now where it all went wrong.
20 for tops, and with plenty of time.
Game start the
perfectly
second
pinned.
leg.
Well,
Martin
that's more like
Thomas.
it, Martin. Level we are at 1-1. Now, did you know, Glenn, that
Third
Kevin
leg,
Burness
it's
won
Kevin
this
to throw
meeting
first.
between the
Game
pair by
on.
4-0 on Thursday, averaging 96.97 and was 4 out of 10 on the doubles.
You're like a parrot. You need to sort of
60.
start changing your style of commentary or something, or just leave it to me.
I'll tell you what, Glenn, I'm off. I'm off for a cuppa. You can do this leg.
We don't leave players to do legs on their own.
180.
Yeah, this is brilliant from Martin Thomas.
83.
And if we go back to before a dart was thrown yesterday in Group C, Martin Thomas was favourite.
95.
Not playing an awful lot of darts. Didn't have a great cue skill.
140.
But they always say cream rises to the top. Any early thoughts from you, Henry, on how he's playing?
45.
The sponsor silence is over. Well, in terms of Martin, he looks a lot fresher, doesn't he, today?
58.
Yesterday didn't go to plan, but he's the type of player that will want to do everything in his power to put it white and to put things in the right direction. And
Kevin, you got
he'll want to prove to
160.
himself and prove to everybody how good he is, and we know how good he is. But there will be a feeling that because yesterday was so poor from his perspective,
25. Martin,
he'll
you
want to
require 40.
show his class, show his quality. And this has been a quality leg, tops after 12. Double 5. In it goes,
Game
2-1
shot
Thomas
the
with the
third leg,
break.
Martin Thomas.
Well, my mind is now going to the fact that I made a statement saying 8-13 for Kevin Burness to win this group. Look, fantastic value.
Fourth leg, it's Martin to throw first.
But it doesn't look
Game
like
on.
he's playing like he was yesterday. And his opening match yesterday was an opening defeat, so he won't panic too much, but he just looked a little bit hot under the collar there.
55. $97.
Thomas at the break. Thomas 2-1 up. Win here for Martin.
100.
He would move on to 4 points in the group. It would restrict Kevin to 8 men, but Kevin Burness lost his first game yesterday. Was defeated by 4 legs to 3 to
100.
Peter Wachiuri, who we're going to watch in game 3 of the session against Noel van Leuven. That's our next game
81.
for you on Pluto TV.
$140.
He'll start in the 19s on 265. Needs a treble low to get down to a finish. He has got the option of going to treble 20 there because they did look
Kevin,
a little bit awkward.
64.
And Kevin Burness against the throw. He's looking good. Doesn't need to go to treble 18. Does. Leaves a straight ton. Back on the treble 20 bed.
84.
So Burness leads himself on 80. Thomas a long way back, and the break that he accrued in the previous leg could be rendered irrelevant. However,
140.
that 140 just
Kevin,
makes
you require
things
80.
interesting. And so Burness looking at 80, looking to level up. Went directly for tops. And I think he's found tops at dart 2. Indeed, he has. Double 10.
60. Martin, you require 84.
And so Thomas may just get a poke at the ball here. Indeed, that's all he gets. Didn't even contemplate the treble.
47.
I don't know about
Kevin,
you, Henry, but I
require
thought that
20.
was going to go plumb in the bullseye. It's been that sort of start to the day for Martin. This is getting awkward. He looked supremely confident
Game
against
shot
Martin
the ball
Thomas
there,
yesterday.
Kevin Burness.
This time, just a little finger point. A la Peter Wachiuri there in the end. So back on level
Fifth
terms,
leg
and
is
it's effectively
Kevin to
now a
throw
best of 3 game.
first. Game on.
Well, the story of yesterday was a lot of games went deep, didn't they?
100.
The former bricklayer is Kevin Burness and looking to cement victory.
How long have you been thinking of that one for, Glenn?
97.
Anyway, he's looking to pave his way towards glory. So you've got to be off the cuff, you know?
78. 58.
Yeah, you just feel that these are crucial moments in this game now. What I always say, that mid-match surge that you're looking for. The adrenaline's not as
43.
pumping as it is at the beginning of the match, and it's not as pumping like it will be at the back end of the game. And often will determine the win. It has flip-flopped a little bit. You feel it's a bit of a missed
60.
opportunity, that previous leg from Martin Thomas. He didn't use the fact he had the throw. And just 6 points difference here. One big score, you feel.
$60.
So Thomas looking at 286. 6 darts from here to re-establish the 3-2 lead to get his second break of the match.
81.
Only one treble. And so Burness, who survived a little bit of a scare midway through the contest, is now looking to kick on.
140.
I'm just thinking what the other players are. They wanting a sort of Kevin Burness to run away with things? Or would victory here for Thomas just make that
58.
group all
Kevin,
tighten
you
up once
require
more?
80.
This time he will look at tops.
60.
But he's unable to get. And so Martin
Martin,
Thomas
you
is
require
looking for the 147
147.
break. The Ronnie O'Sullivan.
$60. Kevin, you require 20.
Said he's fighting, he's scrapping away. It's not as fluid as yesterday. I think he knows the importance
No
of this
score.
game. 2 points here would go on to
Martin, you require 87.
10 points. With a chance here for Thomas.
20 and ball. Chased the treble, paid the price.
55 left.
55 remaining, and so he will square up for tops
47.
in the hope that
Kevin, you
Burness
require
could bodge
20.
free here at double 10.
Game
Burness,
shot in the
3-2
fifth leg,
up.
Kevin Burness.
Not overly enamoured of his display. He's averaging less than 79 at this present moment in time. But he finds himself 3-2 to the goods.
Game
And he
on.
finds himself a leg away for picking up his 5th consecutive win, for moving on to 10 points in the group
100.
and opening up a considerable cushion to everybody else behind him.
$41.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a weight after this game, Kevin Burness. So, like I say, I think he's looked at the time frame of his games and the importance of just getting these 2 points under the belt, because there'll be players around him by the time he plays Nolan van Leuven in Game 6. Maybe that's just the reason we're not seeing him at his very, very best.
100.
He looked so comfortable, so pacey yesterday.
$140.
But this is a better version of Martin Thomas. His power scoring has been really good. 5 visits to 2 trebles, 1 max
60.
in the game.
Martin, you require 140.
And yesterday, it was all about his finishing that's been an issue. But it's actually been his
81.
opponent's finishing that's been a bit of a problem here. Kevin Burness, 3 from 11 on the doubles. And Martin, as a result, after a good leg on throw, leaving 59 after 12. He'd be disappointed. He should have been on tops after 12.
40. Martin,
Missed
you
the big
require
number with the last
59.
dart of the last turn. But he's going to get time and space to take us all the way to a last leg decider. It's double tops for Thomas.
Game shot in the 6th
We
leg.
go all the way.
Martin Thomas.
We are level at 3-3, and we have a last leg decider on our hands.
Yeah, not for the first time we
Seventh
said
and
that in
final
the
leg,
early
it's
games
Kevin to
yesterday.
throw first.
5 from the first 6 matches went
Game
the
on.
distance. It's been one of those groups. I said this morning, I felt this man would run away with things. It's been far from that type of performance.
62.
And you can just see he's throwing the dart and he's almost pulling his arm away. You can see the tension in the throw of Kevin Burness, and I think the wily old Martin Thomas will have picked up on that. And he looks fluent, and he takes control.
His 2nd max of the match.
180.
Kevin Burness has lit up the live lounge stage for Max.
83.
I thought the Undertaker was going to come in for a second there.
43.
As long as it's not Baby Boy, I'm all right.
He can't be here for a couple of years. He's taken on Yannick Carson in the UK Open in a couple of minutes. Good win for Bo Greaves against Stefan Belmont, by the way.
85.
Yes, I was forgetting about the UK Open being on.
Our pals and colleagues are there.
You can just see. It looks ideal, doesn't it? But it's really
58.
awkward the way the
Martin,
darts were sat there.
153.
We did not want to leave that treble 20 bed, but had to manoeuvre across the 18s. Martin Thomas looked at a perfect first dart.
95. Kevin, you call 158.
This will be a shock to the group because he cannot finish his 58. And the way Martin Thomas has played in this game, Henry, you'll have to fancy this 58. He's been on tops already.
98. Martin, you require
Well,
58.
we said this morning Martin Thomas will find it unlikely in terms of getting out the group, but he can spoil it for somebody else. He thought that was in. He has to head back to the star. He's going to head back now for double 10 to complete a 4-3 success, to get his day up and running with a win.
44.
But when it mattered the most, the doubles
Kevin,
deserted
you
him.
require 60.
Well, he's leading a charmed life as Kevin Burness in this game. For me, he's been second best, but champions find a way of winning. And that's
Game
exactly
shot
what
and the
Kevin
match,
Burness, he
Kevin
looks
Burness.
up to the heavens because he realises he's got away with one now. He will get better from that, but penny for your thoughts on Martin Thomas. He played like we expected him to play from day one, but the doubles just desert him at the end. Averages, they mean nothing because on the left, 77.52. On the right, the loser, 87.53. The game's about timing. Kevin Burness moves to 10 points and we move to game 3. It's Nolan van Leuven against Peter Wachiuri.
Welcome back to the stunning Modus Live Lounge here on the south coast city of Portsmouth. It's the Modus Super Series. It's game 3 of this Friday afternoon session, and it is a meeting between Leuven van Leuven and Peter Wachiuri. Before the break, Kevin Burness got the better of Martin Thomas in a last leg decider for 3. But what we're going to see next, Leuven van Leuven began the day 3rd place in the table, looking to make it through to a 3rd consecutive finals night here in the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, up against Wachiuri, who's making his debut and making waves this week. The 38-year-old from Nairobi in Kenya has become a national hero back home and is looking to become the main man on Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. If he qualifies through, then the internet may well explode and there may not be a seat to be had in this building when it comes to Saturday evening.
First leg, it's Leuven to throw first.
I think it's fair to say that if you assess the week of Leuven van Leuven so far, at times it's been a little bit patchy. The good stuff's been good, but maybe a little bit of inconsistency has crept in here and there.
100.
And Nolan knows exactly that. Just chatting with Nolan this morning, it was just almost just a little reminder that these invites, getting the chance to play here at the Motor Super Series, they don't come often. You've got to grab the opportunity while they're there. It was a pretty feisty affair yesterday, wasn't it? In a sense that
30.
I asked Nolan this morning what the problem was, and it was a diplomatic answer in a sense that when you're playing well, when you're fully focused, you don't hear anything. And I think she sort of played her part in sort of saying it shouldn't be happening because I should be stronger than that.
55.
Yeah, Peter Wachiuri won the meeting between the pair by 4 legs to 2 yesterday. Wachiuri picking up 4 wins from 5. The only defeat
60.
that he suffered was to the hands of Scheurwater in game 11 of the session. And at that point, we were actually looking at Peter Wachiuri and thinking, before that game, he could complete the cards. Wasn't exactly sparkling in the same way that Kevin Burness was, but what he was able to do was win games which perhaps were going tight, which perhaps at points was a little bit scrappy too.
Yeah, we nearly had the moment of all moments here at the Motor Super Series. I think if we had to rank moments, I still think Andreas Harrison's 1-2-1 finish to win a series is still my number 1. I know the Fallon Sherrick 9 darter is the most viewed video that we have on the YouTube channel. But I think if he'd have hit that 9 darter yesterday, Henry, I think that would have took it to a new level.
100%. It would have taken the game to a new level. The Fallon Sherrick thing made waves. It had a massive impact, but we would have seen a big impact as well if Peter Wachiuri would have hit that particular 9 darter. Andreas Harrison's actually playing at the UK Open and won his opening game, but lost out 6-2 to Dominic Grulich. We'll see him at Double Trouble 3 when that begins on Monday morning. Leuven van Leuven look at the 1-2-7 in game. Not to be on this particular occasion. And so Peter Wachiuri comes back, looking at 66 to take out the opening leg. Is it all going to clickety-click into place for the Kenyan?
Well, it's against the throw as well, so it's going to be a big darter double if he can hit the big 16. Just takes his time. Yesterday he had moments where it felt like he was taking forever for this tops of 1 dart in his hand, and he often pinged it. And this time that process is continuing to work, and that will frustrate Nolan. When he's getting a chance, he's taking them. And fair play to Peter.
Well, the Peter Wachiuri, Bob Anderson-esque finger wag is back in full force. And he'd be hoping to be back in full flow.
Do you know his plans? Is he back to Kenya
95
over the weekend, Sunday, Monday?
I believe so. Yeah, I think this is just a floating visit for Peter. He's now actually on his own. He had a translator here for the first 3 days. Penny, who is now flown back. I do believe that if he is here tomorrow night, he has got people that he knows that will be there with him. But this is big for the sport, and the fact that as well that the 3 qualifiers we've had from the
140.
ADG, I think it's very important as well. Have come from 3 different nations: South Africa, Botswana, and Kenya, because it could have been so easy for the Super Series organisers to have copped out and basically just invited players from South Africa, because in terms of darts, they are at the moment the most prominent nation in the continent. But the fact that there's a widespread amount of nations getting the opportunity helps the continent as a whole progress.
Well, like I say, you must have been very proud yesterday when you saw yourself on the
44.
news feed, because you listened to your voice about 75 times, so clearly you were impressed.
The sign language person wasn't. We'll have to try and get that clip on at the end of the programme, I think.
58.
Literally, they were doing sign language. They were even doing sign language when you spoke. As soon as I started speaking, the sign language person was scratching their nose.
45.
Have that effect.
I thought when you scratched your nose you were 33-1, but hey, what do I know? 1-0 up, Peter Wachiuri on throw on this one. 6 darts on 155. 1 treble you feel it'd be enough. This is what he didn't want. But a treble will still make him a huge favourite in this leg.
43.
Not enough, Peter.
$80.
So Wachiuri looking at
PG require
112 to
112.
double his lead to 2-0. Could go a number of ways for this, but he's going to take it conventionally. Tops for the first fanfare moment of the day.
92.
But we saw that a few times yesterday. Just
No,
darts
you
at
require
tops, just dropping
132.
low.
Well, interesting, he didn't stand back and almost take that age that we've talked about. He went straight for it. All in with treble 19, because it looked like a good marker if that first dart had gone in, but a big chance for
PG
Wachiuri.
required 20.
This is for a 2-0 lead.
Double 10 for Wachiuri to double up his tally. Now double 5. Inside, and so Nolan van Leuven's going to come back for 72 to square the game up at 1 apiece.
16. Nolan, you require 72.
Well, Nolan have a squeak at this double. Wow.
32.
Well, that doesn't go, and so Wachiuri is
PG
going to come back
require
for the
4.
double 2 to double up his lead to 2-0.
Big game for Nolan van Leuven. Will be stranded on 4 points if Peter Wachiuri gets over the winner line in this game.
Game shot in the
That's a
second
real
leg.
possibility,
Peter
because the Bob
Wachiuri.
Anderson finger point is out, which means one thing: Peter Wachiuri leads 2-0, and for the chasing pack, Henry,
Third leg
Carl
is
Coleman
Nolan
did his
to
job
throw
early
first.
doors, but
Game on.
then to see Kevin Burness and possibly Peter Wachiuri getting the 2 points. Perfect start for the top of the table too.
85.
This could be over by game 6. If Scheurwater loses to Wachiuri and Noah Lynn loses to Burness, 12 points each. If Carl Coleman subsequently loses to Martin Thomas, there'll be a 6-point gap with 6 points left to play for. And we could well be scratching around the surface for the
59.
bottom positions as opposed to the top ones.
Well, I bet you were fun at parties, Henry.
Never got invited to them, Glenn. Need to have a friend first.
85.
Do you want to be my friend?
Let some of the other commentators get some work here. Get yourself out into the air of Portsmouth. Actually, I've been in Portsmouth, maybe not.
$85.
But joking aside, Peter Wachiuri was the headline act this week. So much interest. I doubted he could be in this position.
100.
But he's here through really good, solid darts. He's good to watch. We had that moment of the tops double 17 yesterday, which is a real highlight for me. But a big thing is this: his scoring power is up there with the players who play at more the Super Series.
85.
He's quirky, he's different, of course he is. But he's there on merit.
$43.
Well, neither player have really got out the traps in this match. But no one in. 6 darts on 188 to reduce the gap back down to 2-1.
44.
I think it's been a group where whoever doesn't qualify, Henry, will look and think, I've missed an opportunity.
It's been open, and
100.
I think the open opportunities for players are the ones that hurt the most if they cannot take advantage of it. You feel like this is a huge passage in play. Nobody wins this leg back to 2-1. It forces the question of Peter Wachiuri on throwing leg 4.
88.
2 darts at double 14.
Game
Reduces
shot
that
the third
gap
leg.
back down to 1.
Leuven.
Nolan van Leuven brings it back to 2-1. Forces Wachiuri to hold in leg 4.
Peter to throw first. Game on.
Plenty of darts elsewhere today, Glenn. Of course, the Super Series is the top of our menu.
96.
But the UK Open is one of those very special tournaments, isn't it, in the year?
Yeah, obviously looking out for Bo Greaves. She's had a wonderful start to the day. But also, I'm looking for more of the
45.
Super Series, the players like Sebastian Białowski, Darryl Pilgrim. It's going to be a strange series without seeing Darryl Pilgrim here. I've had some wonderful moments with real quality of averages and 9 darters from him. But yeah, it's like a who's who of players who've played on that
47.
stage. That's what Peter Wachiuri and Nolan van Leuven have to use this platform to be here.
And I think stages like that are really realistic for
59.
Nolan in the not too distant future.
Yeah, it's clearly the mindset's not 100%. You can see just by the demeanour, by the quality of the data. I was at the Women's Series last week, and it's not often Nolan doesn't have success over a long weekend. It was left to players like Bo
100.
Greaves, Fallon Sherrick and Lisa Ashton to take the spoils. Gemma hit a couple of finals. So still waiting for 2025 really to start for Nolan.
And the thing with Nolan
16.
is she's got so much credit in the bank now that we can put this down to it just being a bit of an off-turn in form. And it looks like Peter Wachiuri could have a second career as a wicket keeper. To be fair, we could do with a decent wicket at this present moment in time. We'll watch the highlights of that game against Afghanistan in the Champions Trophy, and to
140.
call it rubbish is to put it mildly.
Yes, you're not just a
Peter, you
sports
are
darts fan, are you,
118.
Henry? You love all sports. As Wachiuri looks at this 118. This has been a comfortable leg. I never fancied this way for 118. Will I be proven wrong? Is that why I've got the mic in the hand of Wachiuri? He's on that stage. That is wonderful. But let me tell you, when you're going for 118, please start in the treble 20. Because even if you do it the treble 18 there, he still requires either another treble
Game on.
or bringing the bullseye into it there. But with 1 dart in hand, yes, he went low in the previous leg. He's been magic.
45.
And the in-play table is looking, it's looking very, very favourable right now.
$100. $46.
And there is that in-play table. And let me tell you, the one time I did play on that stage is that there's a lot of interest. They do have the table in there and they're working out your permutations there. But a win for Peter Wachiuri. The only thing that would change there is the legs difference. But the bottom line is that 4-point gap with only 4 matches each.
81.
Putting himself in a tremendous position.
45. $96. $55.
Yeah, big chance here for Peter. On that chance, because Nolan van Leuven is averaging under 70 at the moment, so you've got to grab these opportunities.
140.
Peter can only do what he needs to do, and that setup play is magnificent.
So Wachiuri looking at 84 to
60. Peter,
win
you
the
require
game by 4 legs
84.
to 1.
That's how he's feeling.
Double 11 wins the
Game
game for
shot,
Peter
and
Wachiuri. It's a
Peter
4-1
Wachiuri.
success against Nolan van Leuven. And that means 10 points for Peter Wachiuri. It means he is one step closer towards Saturday night's final. This, the tail of the tape statistically. We're going to take a break and we're going to watch Martin Thomas and Carl Coleman on the other side. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burness. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burness. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen,
And welcome back to the Motor Super Series, where top of the table rules. In third place, Carl Coleman started proceedings today with an opening victory. Maybe job well done, he thought, and then had to sit back and watch top of the table Kevin Burness win his game a little bit scruffily, not the route and how he was playing yesterday, and then a big victory for the Kenyan Peter Wachiuri against Leuven van Leuven. It seems to be just searching for a game right now. So Carl Coleman up against the impressive Martin Thomas in the first game, in inverted commas. He played so much better than yesterday, but just when he needed that double,
Game on!
it just deserted him. So Martin Thomas, I think, will be feeling fairly chipper going into this match. A big match for Carl Coleman. And if things go the way of
85.
what Henry alluded to in the previous one, if Carl Coleman loses this game and wins for Kevin Burness and Peter Wachiuri over the next 2 games, it's going to be a tough ask for the chasing pack from there, Henry.
But Martin Thomas is going to play this role as spoiler, isn't he? Just 2 points to his name, but we know he's better than a player that's just languishing at the bottom end of the table. And he showed signs in that game against Kevin Burness. May feel like he should have beaten Kevin Burness in that opening game of the session, but was unable to cross the line, missed match darts to go on and win that particular contest.
125.
But he is going to provide stiff opposition here to Carl Coleman, who you feel with defeat will just open up the door then for Burness and Wachiuri to get the job done with 3 games left to go.
Yeah, it was Martin Thomas that won the game against Carl yesterday. One real success for Martin. One thing
60.
I'm liking about Carl today is the fact that when he's throwing a bad dart, he's not visually showing that. So that's always an indicator where maybe they go back to the hotel
100.
after yesterday's play and just sort of analyse a couple of games and have a little look and maybe consider what Henry Deacon said and do the opposite.
99. Martin Newquire.
Well, was reversed today for Martin Thomas. He went in the heavy favourite at the beginning of yesterday's action. He's now the big outsider of the lot. But he could play with that air of freedom, that air of free roll. The scoring power wasn't an issue yesterday. We didn't have any issues with that in terms of Martin's play. It was the bit that he's about to do now. It was finishing legs off, taking advantage of the opportunities that he was being given. As you mentioned, 12 from 65 in terms of his finishing yesterday.
127. Martin Newquire 40.
For a holder throw.
Shot at the first leg.
Overnight,
Thomas.
he seems to have sorted those issues. Like I said, he could and maybe should have beat Kevin Burness, and he had an opportunity for match darts at the end.
Second leg.
That deserted him.
Throw first.
But
Game
he does
on.
look a different player today, and that's not good news for Carl Coleman.
16 data to get us up and running in this
97.
contest. We
85.
said yesterday that we were perhaps none the wiser as to who was going to go where, but we could know very quickly 5 of the 6 players that make it through, because the position that Leonard Gates is in, the position that Scott Campbell's
32.
in, you wouldn't expect them in that particular scenario to lose significant ground in Group B later on tonight.
100.
That understacking style of Martin Thomas. Whereas Carl Coleman, if he's going to miss, he wants to be just above the treble. With Martin, you could see from that camera angle there.
125.
Still searching for his first 180 of the day is Carl Coleman.
$60.
And he's got 6 darts here from 247 to level this game up at 1 apiece. His first game against Donny Scheurwater was scrappy.
100.
Started the game quite well, did Carl, but then kind of got dragged into the contest by Donny Scheurwater.
85. Carl Newquire 147.
Yeah, still 6 starts from the 147. But treble 17 will give him an opportunity for a beautiful finish. His biggest of the week. He's had a 136.
129.
The 147 is going to be added to the mix, but he does have the luxury of time, 999 upon his return, to level the game up at 1 apiece.
59. Carl, you require 18.
Yeah, the only problem of going inside on that double 18. This can be tricky. You've got to be super aggressive with dart 2.
Game
That's
start the
beautifully
second
played.
leg. Carl Coleman.
Because that's when the mind can start thinking, I don't want to go inside. Martin Thomas's night down to a finish. But
Third leg is
again, I don't know if you
Martin to
noticed
throw
that there,
first.
Henry.
Game on.
First thing, Martin Thomas. Great darts, Carl. The guy's a gent.
He really is one of the nicest people that you could ever wish to meet, Martin Thomas.
100.
You could learn so much from him, Henry.
Talking about learning, this will all be learning lessons for Carl Coleman this week. His second appearance here, didn't make it through the last time. He was at the live lounge.
100.
I might sound a little bit cruel here, but Carl will know. But I think he'll be sick and tired of people saying, but at least you're gaining experience. I think the time for him now
47.
is to then make that breakthrough, whether it's at the Motor Super Series, whether it's winning something big in the Northeast or the National ADC stuff. I think
121.
he's probably done his apprenticeship. Now it's time to start picking up the next phase where he wants to go.
But the problem is, Glenn, and you know this
100.
all too well, there's so many good players at this level now that it feels like a lot of things are easier said than done. And that's not to put players down, that's just an example of how
60.
in-depth the strength is now when you look outside the tour card system.
Well, you've got to be cruel to be kind sometimes. And I say that in the
60.
in
Martin,
the best
you
spirit.
require 120.
Martin Thomas looking good for a 2-1 lead on throw. Even better with that dart. That understacker to leave a big wide open tops.
Game
What
start
a
the
way
third
to finish.
leg. Martin Thomas.
Martin Thomas was struggling big style. But his checkout ratio right now
Fourth leg is Carl to throw first.
is absolutely
Game
perfect.
on.
2 from 2.
And in full credit to Martin, that second dart was nothing of a guide whatsoever. Because his darts sit up in the board, if he can get a dart high enough, he's usually got the perfect dart
96.
just to cushion it on top. But dart 2 is so far out the way that he had to work just a little bit harder.
140.
He looks $1 million right now, Martin Thomas. We should be talking about the fact he could be about to be looking at 2 wins out of 2 because he should have won that game against Kevin Burness.
95.
Kevin Burness looked up to the heavens at the end of that match thinking, boy, did I get away with that.
But this also shows the big differences between Group C and Group B. Say he was in the night
140.
session later on, then it could have been a different story because you can have a poor first night as long as you win a game and still get out of that particular group. Whereas in Group C, because you've got more players and less opportunity to make it through, a poor first day, particularly if you finish with
40.
just 2 points, usually spells disaster.
I think where I was going, wouldn't he have done well from Group A? 3 days of, because he's
83.
openly admitting he's not playing a lot of darts, and we can clearly see he's getting better with every game he's playing. Imagine if he was starting Group C after having 3 days in Group A.
55.
If buts and
Martin, you
maybes.
require 138.
We're looking at 138 here. But I think Martin will be the first player to admit this because he's very open about things. That as much as he'd love to play in a Group A, he hasn't played enough, probably done enough to have justified that
87.
whole week as of yet. I think we're getting to a point now where to play in a Group A, you have to qualify for the right to play in Group A.
It's hope over expectation for Carl Coleman right now. That's all he can do. Put
123.
some
Martin,
pressure
you
on
require
Thomas.
51.
We highlight the fact he's 2 from 2 at the moment. Will that continue?
It's double 10. It's
Game
3-1
shot
Thomas
fourth
right
leg.
in the middle of the
Martin
bed.
Thomas.
Yeah, when I left the venue yesterday, I think pretty much all the players were
Third leg
together,
is Martin to throw
which we see an
first.
awful lot.
Game on.
And I said quite simply to Martin Thomas, doubles, mate. He went on. Carl Coleman said he had no such problems against me, though.
81.
I just think as Carl went over as that double 10 went in, it was a pretty resigned look as he went over to have a sip of his water.
Well, he says no problems. It was still 4 from 13 in that particular meeting
100.
yesterday.
Back me up when I tell a story, please, Henry.
I was just saying that's how Carl feels.
95.
That's how Carl felt. But I wonder how he's going to be feeling
21.
here, because he won that opening game and now finds himself in a bit of bother. All the hard work he did when he got the better of Donny Scheurwater could just
60.
evaporate out the window straight away.
I think quite simply, Carl needs a maximum here. This match is getting away from him right now. You saw the sarcastic thumbs up after the previous score.
100.
Just keeps him involved, that treble 20.
And he's looking to close off here. This has been a much better version of Martin Thomas today. It wasn't enough to get him over the line against Kevin Burness. But it looks like he's just going to have too much here for Carl Coleman.
45.
94
Martin Uguay,
points
94.
and plenty of time away from completing a 4-1 victory. Will leave himself on
54.
tops, doing everything right in more ways than one.
Yeah, it was a pretty resigned look from Carl Coleman. Nothing he can do about it. Should go at the bull. Does go at the bull.
65.
Does
Martin
leave a
Uguay,
finish.
40.
But the way Martin Thomas has played in this match, you'd expect this to go. And it
Game
does go.
shot
That is
and the
proper
match,
darts
Martin
on Martin Thomas. That's why he was favourite for this Group C campaign. And Carl Coleman, he does the double over him. Great sportsmanship between them. Martin Thomas was averaging round about the mid-90s. But look at that checkout ratio, 4 from 6. That lovely Shanghai finish as well. Martin Thomas, that's what he can do. As we quickly move on to the next game, it's the return of Peter Wachiuri against Donny Scheurwater.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Can
Couldn't
he
get the
get
job
it?
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Bonus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
And welcome back to the Motor Super Series live on Pluto TV. And we've finally seen the real Martin Thomas. Not that Carl Coleman will enjoy that statement. And we are pretty much in a position now, if Peter Wachiuri wins his next game and Kevin Burness follows this match, this group could be done and dusted pretty early today. Now, Peter Wachiuri will go into this match as a heavy favourite against Donny. Now, Donny only averaged 72, 73 in his opening game, but his scoring was excellent. He just couldn't buy a double in that opening match against Carl Coleman. So it was a good version of him on the scoring phase.
It's Donny to throw first.
And we have witnessed already
Game on.
that Martin Thomas can quickly change that theory of not being able to buy a double to then put a masterclass of finishing on. But you'd have to, Henry, fancy Peter Wachiuri for this one and move to 12 points.
Well, this is his moment, isn't it, for Peter Wachiuri? If he wins this one, he moves on to 12 points, and he is oh so close to his qualification. He'd have it in his hands. He'd be 6 points clear of Carl Coleman, and Peter would then only need to win one more game from that point onwards, because he'd have a 6 point gap with 6 points left to play for the Peter Wachiuri fan club, and it is a considerably big fan club these days. He is ever so close to fulfilling the destined dream that he had at the beginning of the week of making it through to Saturday evening's final.
55.
Yeah, I have to say it was a pretty dismal game between the pair of them yesterday. It was that man in your picture who got over the line 4-2, but both of them really struggled, and the pace of the
60.
game was pretty obvious throughout. I don't think it was suiting either player in the end.
Donny has had this theme this week of beating players in form when he has been picking up wins. He got that success against Colin Osborne on Tuesday. That was the first defeat that Colin suffered
57.
in the group. That was a 4-3 success in that particular match. And the meeting, as you mentioned yesterday, won by Scheurwater. And it was an intriguing contest because for large sways, it looked like Wachiuri was the better player, but Scheurwater just hung in there and took advantage of opportunities when they arose.
Yeah, and it's not about stats
41.
now for Peter.
You require 146.
If he can just get that big W, just get that win under his belt. And yeah, like I said, that Saturday night's going to be extra special. And if Peter's going to be in the mix, it's yeah, just add something just a little bit special and different.
And he's got off to a considerably better start than his young Dutch opponent too. I'm sure we'll take a lot from this week's efforts and probably take a lot of learning lessons from the last 5 days. But Peter Wachiuri wants to extend today's 6, and he's looking to get off to a perfect start here. He's going to have one dart in his hand at double 16 to take the opening leg.
44.
That was a wildly thrown dart.
Donny, you require 98.
I've seen too many flyers from Peter this week.
Yeah, he's been superb on tops, but when you have that, you're almost aiming for the middle of the 8 and 16, and he could be punished here.
82. Peter, you require 24.
Well, we saw that incredible double 12 combination finish from Peter Wachiuri early in the week. He likes this area of the board.
Game shot in the first.
That's the reason why Wachiuri leads 1-0.
Gets the breaker forward. He has full control of this match.
Peter to throw first. Game on.
I seen you Googling Vuvuzelas yesterday. Are you getting yourself prepared early for Saturday night?
Well, I had a look up in the loft, and the one that I have for the 2010 World Cup is not there.
Honestly, Henry, you can spend some of your money. It's easy. You just go online, buy it, and it'll come next day delivery. You don't need to rake around too far.
It just held sentimental value, that was all.
Which house was it in? Which loft? Was it house number 4, 5?
100.
Rents are going up this month. Anyway, who's going to own this particular stage?
43.
Peter Wachiuri's made it his own, to the point where he's actually now got a plaque in this arena. Just above the door in the practice room, he's bought a plaque with the phrase Hakuna Matata on it. And he's got that plaque on the top of the door in the practice room. Certainly making his
100
impact and imprint known here at the Live Lounge Report. He's been a great addition, hasn't he?
Yes, I left my own impact in the building last night myself.
99.
Royal flush. Cheery leaving 157 to open up a 2-0 lead. He's got plenty of time to do so.
157.
He's got 6 darts from here.
They look good markers.
97.
Decides to go down. It would have left a nasty 98 finish there, but the treble, he went aggressive, and that's the reason why. And we talk about the fact that he'll enjoy being the underdog.
100.
But as the week's gone along, he's going into games where he's a big favourite, but he's handling that situation very well. We've seen him hit so many darts at double top. Doesn't need to move, which is important. Great angle. That's what he can see. Has to this time move out to double 10. He will take his time. Often with success.
40.
And I wasn't too far away, but for Peter Wachiuri, it works for him. And we were speaking about Dimitri van den Berg earlier on in a programme we're going to see on Pluto TV. And he is perhaps the most well-versed player in terms of taking his time, in terms of approach, doing what he feels is comfortable. And so Peter will go back through that process. He'll go back through that action again. And he's looking to back the breakup of leg 1 with a hold in leg 2 to move 2-0 to the good. Up for 5s. And finds it last dart in hand. It took his time, but it worked. And it worked perfectly for Peter, and he leads 2-0.
Third leg is Donny to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, he's desperate for a little drink of water there. You didn't realise which one's which there, but did not want to disturb Donny there as he was just preparing to throw his darts.
29.
I've seen so many. I mean, Rob Cross will go through a couple of pints of water in a best of 11 game. Well, he reaches the age of 50.
140.
Then you know you can't do that.
As for Donny, he may feel like his chances have gone down the toilet in terms of qualifying through to the finals.
Yeah, he looked a little disappointed, like I said yesterday, but I think whatever he's done, I think he's got good people around him. I've seen him quite friendly with Martin Thomas and Carl Coleman, and I just think he's gone with them, just going to enjoy my dart. He knows it's his last day. And let's be honest with you, at times his scoring today has been up with the rest of the players.
Yeah, he's a really nice young man, he's Donny. You get the chance to have a real chat with him. He really is an impressionable young man.
$140. Donny, you require 155.
So, Donny Scheurwater looking at 155. Isn't going to go on this particular occasion.
100. Peter, you require 100.
Well, this was the finish. That got Carl Coleman over the line against Donny Scheurwater. This finish would put Peter Wachiuri, you feel, in unassailable. Same first dart. What a marker that is. Can he use it?
Game shot.
Yes, it's the emphatic answer. That's a 12-darter as well for Peter Wachiuri to get the double breaker throw, to stretch his lead to 3-0. Donny's kept
Fourth leg,
pace
it's
with
Peter to throw
Peter in
first.
terms of scoring, but hasn't quite kept pace enough.
Game on.
And now it is the Kenya who has the darts in his hand to complete a 4-0 success. It put him on to 12 points, and it would pretty much put him there.
Yeah, when I see those averages, Henry, I always look at old money because I grew up in
96.
averages where it was per dart. You know, and Peter Wachiuri's averaging, you know, just shy of 29. And, you know, if you ever played sort of Super League county standard, not only is that a great
58.
average, it would often be sort of man of the match. And that's what I didn't think we'd get from Peter this week. I know we did the interview early on Monday, but I would love to know the story of him getting here to Saturday night, if that is the case.
38.
And what success would have been for him? Was it just the fact of him being there and the impact he's having for African darts, in particular Kenya? Or did he come with real dreams and aspirations of reaching Saturday night and, dare I say, win it?
I think I get the sense there's been a bit of fluidity. I think before it would have been just playing on the stage, seeing what happens, but naturally, come on, the eye of a sports person, once you have a bit of success, you then get a bit greedy, don't you? You want a little bit more. And I just wonder whether after what happened yesterday, because of what's happened back home, and I bet his phone has gone off over the course of the last 24 hours, that you begin to get a little bit excited about the prospect that's about to come.
81.
But the signs are good for Peter Wachiuri in more ways than one here at the Live Lounge.
May use the ball.
95.
The bullseye would have left, certainly the 25 would have left a finish, but like I said, with Donny Weir back on 317, that winning line is very much in the view of the Kenyan.
46.
6 darts for 172 to get the job done, to seal a 4-0 win, to put him on to 12 points and to put him on the cusp of qualification.
96.
Maybe next time we play with the impact it's having. When you think of Kenya, I'm thinking of long distance running, I'm thinking of athletics, but I wonder how much impact the success of Peter this week has been.
I suppose we'll only
83.
really know about that maybe a little bit
Peter,
more
you
longer
acquired
term.
76.
Yes, it's been a short-term impact, but maybe in the years to come, we'll only truly know how big this could be. This will be a big win. It will put him on the cusp of qualification through. It's double top for Peter Wachiuri. The Kenyan is on the hill. Peter Wachiuri is 6 points clear of third place with just 6 points left to play for. He is oh so almost there in terms of qualifying through to Saturday night here at the Super Series. The signs are looking very, very good for Peter Wachiuri. A 4-0 win. He's made an imprint here at the Super Series in more ways than one. And the signs, well, they're looking ominous. Earlier on today, he put that up at the top of the practice room. A sign which he bought from Kenya with the label Hakuna Matata. Well, the man from Kenya is close to making sporting history for his nation. He is almost there. He is almost through. Coming up after the break, Kevin Burness takes on Leuven van Leuven. Welcome back to Pluto TV's continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Peter Wachiuri got the better of Donny Scheurwater by 4-0. That now means the Kenyan is 6 points clear of Carl Coleman. Carl Coleman's only got 6 more points, which he can pick up. Added as well, his good legs difference. He is almost there. And also close to potentially completing their task of qualifying through is Kevin Burness, because a victory here against Noelin van Leuven would put both Peter and Kevin on the hill in terms of making it through to Saturday's final. Peter would have the chance to get the job done against Martin Thomas, whilst Kevin Burness does take on Carl Coleman in the next round of fixtures. Wachiuri, well, he was impressive in a 4-0 win 45. Against Donny Scheurwater before the break. As for Kevin Burness, he beat Martin Thomas 4-3. But it wasn't a vintage performance. Aided and abetted by a lot of missed darts at double, admittedly. You get the sense that against Noelin van Leuven, both players will be looking to up their levels in comparison to what they did in Game 1.
Well, there was a stat yesterday, Henry, and it was when Kevin Burness played Noelin van Leuven, and how many players in a best-of-7 game has not given Noelin van Leuven a dart at a double. That's how dominant Kevin was in that game. He wasn't brilliant in his opening game, but champions find ways to win, and you often hear the term of winning with your B game, winning with that C game. It's important just to win ugly sometimes. And then he's had a long wait. We're going to see Kevin Burness play a lot of darts now over the next couple of hours.
87.
Fully expect, but I just think when he got on that stage, he's thinking, am I going to see the best of Noelin, or am I going to see the Noelin van Leuven that averaged 68
97
in the opening game against Peter Wachiuri?
Well, for Noelin, there will be a cup final mentality attached to every game from here on in. Because any more defeats, it is game over. Well, it's quite literally game over. She would be able to mathematically qualify. She's left herself 1-2-2 after 12 to get the break in the opening leg.
65. Noelin, you require 122.
Finds himself on a 2-darter. With 1-2-2 is going to be taken now, and so Burness will come back looking at the 97.
Kevin, you require 97.
Beautiful first, wonderful second. That's what Kevin Burness is all about. And I think he's demonstrating all the qualities he needs to win it on Saturday night. Colin Osborne will be putting his hands up and like, hey, what about me? I've done my work already. But I think Colin openly admitted that experience of being here got him through. He just has the nous of winning games on that stage there, but he'll be searching for one real big average. And we see a Kevin Burness, Colin Osborne final
60.
Tomorrow night.
Well, it is a distinct possibility. To be honest, I think the way this week has gone, I don't think any combination 45. Would be any surprise. Really is open for interpretation.
I have to ask you one more time. I know he's not
60.
playing here now, and I know I always go to you, Henry, because you've pretty much seen everything at the Super Series stage. But Wachiuri, and it's looking likely, if he does come Saturday night,
100.
Where does that rank for you? Can he win it?
Well, his A game has been there to be competitive with anybody, so there's no reason why he can't.
140.
But in terms of a story, if he was to win on Saturday night, that really would perhaps surpass anything that we have seen in this building before. We've seen surprise moves, we've seen players then go on
64.
To do great things. But I think the instant feedback you'd get from that and the instant emotion you'll get from that, it'd be a huge, huge success if Peter Wachiuri was able to progress his way to Champions Week. It'd be a massive moment for darts on the continent of Africa and particularly darts in Kenya.
We might get an invite to Nairobi.
If the amateur anything like it was last year,
59. Kevin,
I'll be straight on that first flight.
This for 2-0. He'd love to put it into room 101, and double 12 will do that.
89. Noelin, you require 108.
So 108 here for Noelin van Leuven to level the game up at 1-1. Not to be, and so Burness
56.
free in hand at double 6, right down the centre of the board
12.
to double up his advantage.
Game
6 legs played between the pair of these two. Yesterday and today, Noelin van Leuven has not had one dart out of double.
The leg is Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I often say the highs and the lows I know people like to hear the sort of the ins and outs, what's happening in the practice area, but
180.
as Kevin Burness smashes in another 180, I always find it funny when you walk into the practice room and there he is with a cup of tea. That's his preparation. That's what he does. How many he has, that bit I don't know, but Kevin Burness is, how many cups of tea he'll be having today. But whatever he's doing, whatever part of his prep, it's working.
59.
I can imagine he has a strong builder's tea as well.
140.
Not really much of a tea fan myself, Glenn. I've got to be honest. More of a coffee man.
140.
I daren't tell you, I mean, I have a day at home.
Well, Burness there
58.
persevered and he got the treble,
Kevin,
so
you
he's got away with it. But if he
122.
hit the single, it would have been a 162, but it would have been rendered irrelevant in any instance. Oh, treble 18 there. Will leave himself double 16 to open up a 3-0 lead. He's got options here and he's conversing about what will be the best
40.
ploy. Maybe just caught in a couple of minds there.
Yeah, I think bullseye was actually the shot there. If he couldn't have full clear through, and what he's done is took his that much time in the end. I think he's outthought himself, and this was a leg he was cruising. He'll go to the bull this time for a big 17. This for a 3-0 lead.
42.
The wire of tops has been bent, and so Noelin van Leuven looking at 67 to get herself back in the game. She's only had one dart at a double all day long. She took that against Peter Wachiuri last time out. But she's going to get an opportunity at tops.
27.
An opportunity that's come and gone.
Kevin, you require
So Kevin
40.
Burness will return for that particular target to open up a 3-leg advantage in the match. Double 10. The doubles weren't quite sparkling in his opening match against Martin Thomas, and he's beginning to miss a few here, but he finds the double 5, last dart in hand, and you could see from the reaction there that was more relief than anything else.
Noelin to throw first. Game on.
6 minutes played. He's so deceptively quick as Kevin Burness.
81. 60.
Who was your quickest player you've seen at the Super Series?
100.
Danny Lauby. Danny Lauby, Moreno Blom, Yellow Klassen played in a Group A, and we were probably done by the time Bargain Hunt was finished.
It started at 9 a.m. and finished
97.
at 10 to 9. Was that quick?
Well, Moreno Blom and Danny Lauby played a 5-leg match which lasted 6 minutes 1 second.
60.
Yeah, I went to a Warwickshire Invitational, and it was Yellow Klassen against Ricky Evans. They'd both qualified, so they decided to play speed darts. Both averaged over a ton, and it was just ridiculous. I think it was something like 3 minutes, 4 minutes for a best of 5, best of 7.
Well, Yellow Klassen and Matthew Edgar are actually responsible for the quickest ever 4-3 that we had. This was in the previous studio in Southampton. 8 minutes and 58 seconds for 7 legs. They were both averaging about 103. And they went mental. They were throwing hammer tongs at one another.
You require 120.
Yeah, as we sort of change the subject, Noelin is beginning to find the range.
48.
However, that set of play is not ideal. It does give Kev a chance. 171 would be nice. 171.
177.
I built you up, Kevin. You leave me double 13, man.
One dart to save the contest. Double top. Does it go? So Kevin Burness, well, you left it.
Kevin, you require
the double 13. This for 4-0, and this would mean that both him and Peter Wachiuri would be on the cusp of qualification. The double 13 is pinned. It's a comprehensive win for Kevin Burness. A 4-0 success against Noelin van Leuven. And so for the man from Northern Ireland and the man from Kenya, they're both on 12 points, and they are both on the cusp of qualification. Coming up after the break, Peter Wachiuri can seal his place through against Martin Thomas. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burness! And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Burness! And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison! And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the top two are absolutely flying. Peter Wachiuri with a 4-0 victory in the penultimate game, and then we've just witnessed Kev Burness. It was smiles all round, which was nice to see against Nolan van Leuven, but another rapid 4-0 victory. And the league table is pretty much almost done. But what the opportunity is that they can cement that. Peter Wachiuri against Martin Thomas, the much improved Martin Thomas, may I add. This will be a good indicator of where Peter's game is actually at, because we're finally seeing what Martin Thomas is all about. But it's Peter Wachiuri's to lose for me. He's got a good legs difference. He's got the points on the board. You know, Carl Coleman can catch them if he wins his final 3 games. But it is looking like Kevin Burness and Peter Wachiuri to get through.
It does, but Martin Thomas has been a pain in the backside for players today. Could have, probably should have beaten Kevin Burness. Put pay to Carl Coleman, and that could be the result that actually put pay to Carl Coleman's hopes of actually making it out of this group and making it through to Saturday night's final. Well, these two are absolute gentlemen, and this will be a game which will be played in tremendous spirit.
Yeah, just a little bit of an indicator of the missed data double just of Martin Thomas in this game alone when he played Peter.
140.
2 from 16. That was the reason why he wasn't getting the points on the board. His win earlier against Carl Coleman, 4 from 6.
100.
That's been the difference. If you're going to have success here, yes, the scoring's absolutely great to see. But if you're not seeing out legs, you'll have problems.
This building is all about fine margins. How the smallest of margins can make the biggest of differences.
45.
I'll say there was a little bit of shoulder in that, but it was the whole of the shoulder in that particular throw for Peter Wachiuri.
140.
I'm pretty sure he knows the situation as well, the way he sort of gives the referee a big hug at the end. It's almost like, I think I've done enough.
You could make an argument. I don't know he played in a final of a qualifier to play at the World Championship.
60.
But you could make an argument this is the biggest game that Peter Wachiuri's ever played in.
Well, maybe his mindset's not great right now because with his
40.
final dart, they should have gone to the 18s. And the fact he persevered on the 20s means he's left a bogey number. But it is still 6 darts from here.
But that is the next step of his process because that's happened a few times this week. It's not
46.
something which has been blurred in the mind just because of the consequence of this game. We've said about Leonard Gates, haven't we, at times? It's just the next step of Peter's progression as a player.
60.
Yeah, I have a sense that
PTU
Leonard Gates has been doing a lot
122.
of soft tip recently because his counting seemed to have gone back to basics last night, but still good enough, as has Peter Wachiuri in his Group C campaign, and 7-7 will put all that to bed. 1 dart in hand usually means one thing.
108.
Grazes the wire.
Martin Ukai, 116.
So Thomas will come back looking at 116 to get the break and to get the opening leg of the match. Not to be this time, so Wachiuri will return for 7-7.
46.
And it would put him 3 legs away
14.
from qualifying through to the final. 2 sevens.
No score.
He's busted. He's given Thomas an opportunity.
Martin Ukai, 70.
Even when he's disappointed, he still looks like he's got a smile on his face, Peter Wachiuri. But I don't think he'll be smiling if this goes. 10. To take the opening leg, to steal a break. And now it's Martin Thomas's turn to give out the Bob Anderson-esque finger point.
Yeah, Nomi was so good with
Martin to
stats, but the way he
throw first.
pointed at the 10 in particular. Maybe that's the 1 dart at a double he's remembering from yesterday. Maybe that's
60.
his go-to double. And that hasn't worked at all. But yeah, an interesting response.
$55.
Well, that's the second time we've seen that kind of lurch-like movement from Peter Wachiuri. Is he beginning to feel the occasion and what he could potentially
45.
do a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, don't forget one of his final games as well will be against Kevin Burness. But just looking at the games, he's still got to come as well. Carl Coleman will be his
96.
next match. I guess you want to get the job done, but
96. $135.
wonder how many players are we doing the Wachiuri? The finger
40.
point.
Well, you see the reaction that he has had on social media. He has been a big hit. And I don't think this is going to be, regardless of what happens from this point on, I don't think it's going to be the
83.
only time we see him here at the Live Lounge in Pause. I think we can guarantee that.
Yes, on the social media platforms, we put a lot of the conclusion of games out.
100.
We can look at the interest and the
132.
numbers, but there was like that 1 9-darter attempt, the numbers were staggering. As would this be if the 1-3-2 goes in. There's a real possibility. Bullseye.
107. Martin
And
Ukai,
the Lion Dart one
160.
was really good for Peter as well. But is Martin Thomas going to punish the hill? Just underneath the treble with Dart 2. And so Wachiuri is going to
100.
come back. He's
Peter
going to have a look at the
25.
25. And he's looking to level up at 1 apiece. 12. Double six. For one apiece, but that's a
13.
long way away, and it does feel like the
Martin,
nerves are
you
beginning to
require
creep in
60.
here for Peter Wachiuri. Martin Thomas looking to capitalise on it, but now he drifts wide. He's only going to get one. Only needs
Game
one
shot in the
to
second
double his
leg,
lead to
Martin
2-0.
Thomas.
Yeah, Peter's only had a couple of games this week where he's been really low on his average. I mean, we could put it down to the fact that he knows that a win here and he's through.
Game on.
But this doesn't look like the same player who literally half an hour ago beat Donny Scheurwater 4-0.
And it wasn't just the fact he beat Donny Scheurwater, he beat him by playing well. Average of 85, doubling at 40%. It was a good, solid performance. But he hasn't been able to back it up here against Martin Thomas, who,
100.
in fairness to him, hasn't played anywhere near his top level. But unlike yesterday, he's been the one that's taken advantage of misses from his opponent.
100. $123.
All Martin Thomas at the moment. Can Wachiuri respond?
$46. $100.
Well, Martin Thomas is on the charge in this game. Wachiuri, who knew he could have qualified through with a victory in this match, has just been off pace a little bit here. And Thomas is going to get, providing Peter doesn't find a treble here, 6 starts. But even if he does, he may fancy his chances on 178 with 6 in hand.
100.
Well, that was a questionable look.
Inquisitive.
$57.
Thomas leads himself on 1-2-1. Probably would have wanted to have left a hand in the net. Mature needs a treble to leave himself on a 2-darter.
Incredibly, the big stat between them right now
121.
is on the doubles, but it's for the positive for this man. Is he not going to get down to a double with these 3 darts? But he can put himself in a really good position.
31. Peter Yuko, 131.
Not what he wanted in that situation. Wachiuri very much back in this leg.
Able to find the 1-3-1. So Thomas will come back looking at 90 for the double breaker throw for 3-0 lead in the match.
40. Martin, you acquire 90.
May just be one solitary dart at the bullseye at the end of this combination. But that is nicely laid for the triple and able to get it. The bullseye for Thomas.
65.
A coat of paint away.
Peter, you acquire 91.
Doesn't get much closer than that. Almost hit the crossbar. And Wachiuri, I don't think he ever brings in the bullseye with the first dart, so he'll go aggressive on the treble 17. So now you're not guaranteed a dart to see out this leg. Cheeky.
Well, yesterday he went the other way, didn't he? Double top, double 17 to win a match.
25.
He was looking for double 17 tops to win that leg. But Thomas here looking for the double breaker throw, double 12. 3-0 to the Welshman. And he has the throw here to get the job done 4-0. And for Martin Thomas, well, there was an aching problem yesterday. He was 12 and 65. 18% on the doubles. Well, today it's a different story. In this game, it's a different story. 3 from 5.
60.
It's 3 from 9 in the first match. It was 4 from 6 in the second. How Martin Thomas would love to go back to yesterday and just start again.
59.
Yeah, we had the conversation in his first game where he said if he'd have had a Group A campaign, maybe to come into this Group C, just more battle-hardened, a little bit more match-sharp.
95.
He was the favourite to go through this group.
45. $60.
It's almost been the worst game of the week for Peter Wachiuri. We talked about the fact that the narrative is this the biggest game he's played in his life. Well, most people watching will remember that
99.
incredible World Championship final qualifier. That's when Peter Wachiuri sort of come to the attention. We're really honoured to have him here. He's looking good for qualification, but this has been a game he will not want to remember. Martin Thomas is on the home stretch.
Well, there's no vuvuzelas to help him here. The atmosphere could have been more contrasting to that day in Nairobi. But Martin Thomas here, 6 starts away from 220, from wrapping up a 4-0 win. He's causing problems everywhere he goes. And actually, with a win here, Martin Thomas will move up to 3rd place in the table. And how he'll be kicking himself following the slow start to yesterday.
That's incredible to see him in the in-play table in 3rd place. We'll give you all the permutations. Big game coming up next, certainly for Carl Coleman as he plays the top of the table and almost invincible Kevin Burness next. So they'll certainly be more clearer after that match.
59. Martin, you require 120.
So 120 for Martin Thomas to win the match. Oh, this is awkward. Now, some players would look at bull here, but Thomas finds a way through a completely blocked treble 20 bed and then almost found the tops. That would have been a remarkable finish if it went.
Yeah, I mean, it looked a good marker. Then we show you the camera angle, the wry smile from Martin Thomas, because he's pretty much saying it can't get any worse than that. But he found that beautiful, sublime treble 20, but just missed out on the tops. And nothing Wachiuri can do.
20.
And Martin Thomas was being immaculate on his doubles in this game. This for a 4-0 win. Having to go over to 5-5. But he gets there in the end. That's what he's all about. 2 wins on the spin for Martin Thomas. I think he gave the same reaction that Peter Wachiuri gave to Martin yesterday. Smiles all round. Peter Wachiuri will be back. That is for sure. But just look at those stats. A couple of missed starts at the end, but 4 from 9. That's what he's all about. And Martin Thomas moves into 3rd place. Big game coming up next. It's Carl Coleman. A must-win game for him against top of the table, Kevin Burness.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie,
Threw the entire body into that one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got to end the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Bonus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're midway through the session on this Friday afternoon, and before the break, Martin Thomas got the better of Peter Wachiuri by 4-0. So the Kenyan missed out on his opportunity to qualify. Kevin Burness has got the opportunity to seal his place in the Saturday showpiece if he can get the better of Carl Coleman. And to say this game mate of 15 that we have for you this afternoon at the Super Series. Then we'll be back tonight from 10 o'clock to see how Group B culminates. Scott Campbell and Leonard Gates in charge of that particular affair. 6 points apiece following the first night's action. Then we got Gemma Hayter and Jamie Lewis on 4. And then at the bottom of the table, Barry Copeland without a point to his name. But it's Coleman and Burness, the centre of attention here. And for Kevin Burness, well, he's been the best player of the group. And so perhaps it's appropriate that he's the first player who has the chance to progress out of it.
Yeah, good game between these two yesterday. It was played at a lovely pace on the back of Carl Coleman really struggling in the game before that against Wachiuri.
85.
Both averaged round about 90 in the match, but it was that man in your picture, Kevin Burness, that got over the line. And this win. I think not only does he want to win this match, but I think he wants to go into Saturday night top in the group, Henry.
Yeah, indeed he does. And of course, you get the extra advantages in terms of the financial, in terms of the prize money. But also, if you finish second in the group, you've got to play Colin Osborne first up against the darts tomorrow night.
83.
Yeah, I've just seen sort of Kev just grabbing his arm and elbow, but I'm pretty sure it's his non-throwing arm he's doing that. Oh, you can just see him there. That'll be a slight concern to him.
115.
Well, what a flying start this is from Carl Coleman. 1-1 left after 12. Burness has been left in the lurch somewhat.
I think Carl was disappointed overnight with 4 points. He'd have been, he had the perfect start today. But I think it was just wise. Martin Thomas playing well against me attitude.
101.
But he's come out the traps lovely here. Become good friends with Kev in the back playing area. Treble 10 will be the shot.
49.
Got time and space to take out this opening leg.
60. Can't you acquire 52?
And so Coleman here looking at 52. 12 leads tops. Good guide. Clips it underneath. Use that marker well.
Coleman.
And Coleman takes the opening leg against Burness.
Yeah, 18 darter.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He's getting a lot of experience, Henry. He's playing a lot on the Modus Sports exhibitions. He played at Whitby, and I think he has an incredible
60.
fan base. A lot of friends and family who travel around to see him. And I know he did one recently in York where he beat Joe Cullen with a 100 average in that game. I'm pretty sure he get the blind tops to win
55.
it. But I noticed something on his social media where he said, "I'm looking forward to walking out to Pigbag in front of 1,000 people at an exhibition in Middlesbrough." So I know Adrian Lewis and Stephen
60.
Bunting are on the card as well, but that is phenomenal numbers. I'm just disgusted that I wasn't invited on it.
Middlesbrough's most famous darts player, that famous, he didn't even get the
84.
call up. You're like Michael Carrick, once so successful, once so popular, now following a few
60.
defeats, not wanted.
At least I have a full head of hair.
45.
It's only because you've got 3 days with me. You're just getting it all out now, aren't you?
I've been writing these down for weeks, all these one-liners.
21.
Well, take a copy of that because you won't see that many times. Kevin Burness has been superb.
So he gave it a round of applause.
I was going to say he's been mustard, but he is playing a Coleman.
100.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
140.
That's your worst one, yeah.
Better response. Carl Coleman would have loved a 177 in that situation. That's what you think. About some good stuff here.
100.
Nice and solid, like I said. Such a foundation to build on. So excited to be here. He's getting wins. It could be a case of one that's got away from him, but this would be a big win. Needs a treble up. One of these first 2 darts. Gets it. Big 17. And for a 2-0 lead, double top.
Game shot.
Into the corner and into a 2-0 lead. It's the second tub plus checkout that Carl Coleman has taken today. The 117 raises the ton that he found in his opening match to beat Donny Scheurwater. Well, all of a sudden here, the 2 players that looked as if they were comfortably going to make their route through to tomorrow night's final, Kevin Burness and Peter Wachiuri, are suddenly not going to get their all their own way. As soon as they found the hill, their opponents have found something inspired, and they haven't been able to keep pace.
Yeah, I said my mind is trying to be professional on the job, but like I said, I'm such a close to the family that, you know, I'm thinking at this time of his brother Martin, who's unfortunately no longer with us. I remember he was getting really into his dart. I remember him taking a few legs off me, and then Carl was just sort of never really into his dart, and then got the bug. And I remember having a fantastic game with him when I was at the top of the game. So to see him playing up there and seeing him produce this, I'm just so mega proud of him.
135.
Don't think Burness is mega proud of him. Take that, he says.
Well, Burness has left himself a 1-2-1. Looking for an instant riposte. Doing so after just 9 darts in this leg. One thing Kevin does have is a real power scoring nature and real finesse where things really can just move in one direction very quickly. Now this would be humongous, but the 164 isn't going to go.
34.
Yeah, definitely needs to work on a little bit of that consistency as well. But yeah, you're reading my mind too. But it's double A to get back in this match.
Game shot.
Break a throw, rapid time. Kevin Burness continues to fight, continues to impress.
Fourth leg, it's
and
Kevin.
If Burness can find that finesse, then he will cross the finishing line. He'll be through to tomorrow night's final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, which will be brought to you live here on Pluto
85.
TV. Plenty of darts to keep you entertained over the course of the weekend.
100. 100.
Yeah, nice and steady on the scoring. Nice to watch.
$81.
So it was a break, a throw from Kevin Burness in the previous one, but one good score here from Carl. That is a flyer. Don't you dare say, Henry, that's one of my darts. Don't you dare.
81.
Well, he would have hit the single 4, so...
$57.
Very much these days, Glenn, all jokes aside.
Playing great. I'm waiting for the invite for Double Trouble next week. Bosh.
180.
Do you fancy commentating? I'll have a day off.
I wish you would, but that's another story. Let's focus on this wonderful leg of dart hit from Carl Coleman. He lost that third leg. It was a beautiful response from Kevin Burness. But this for a 13 darter. Beautiful stuff, Carl. Excellent stuff. Kevin Burness is riding a crest of a wave. And the collie wobbles coming out for Kevin Burness and Peter Wachiuri.
It's Carl to throw first. Game on.
The old school game of finishing line-itis beginning to rear its head again, potentially. Coleman has the darts to win this match. To win it, not just
25.
against the tabletop of Burness, but to win it convincingly.
Yeah, when you... Just a little reminder never to get too far ahead of yourself, because that's what the game can do for you. You can just see the shoulders sag there. But what he'd give for one mighty score here. A little shrug of the shoulder. Well, Kevin, you didn't punish that miss. A lot of darts going into the 5. Yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of a drift over to the left for Carl Coleman. He's going to have to correct that issue sooner rather than later.
100.
But Burness is one of those players that will scrap for every last fibre. Even though he's 3-1 down, and even though he knows that his back's against the wall, he's going to have to break twice to win this match.
140.
Until that last dart goes in, he has got this never say die attitude about him.
Do you know, I'm going to use the Carl Coleman preparation to make a comeback.
95.
Where's the nearest sunbed shop? Still can't get over the fact he's using sunbeds. Wow.
84.
I tell you what, wherever he went for that sunbed, he might want a refund.
Say that to his face, Henry.
100.
We can't all go to Tenerife once a month, Glenn.
What a dart. Could use the bull. Very sensible play, because they were beautiful markers there, but we've already seen a 117 finish for Carl Coleman. Will he get a chance? Because that is mustard.
Kevin Burness.
Brilliant from Burness, and it keeps him in the contest. The 146, the biggest checkout that we've seen in the session so far, brings it back to 3-2, and it stops Coleman from having a chance to win it.
$81.
Yeah, very enjoyable game, this one. You can see the friendship that's been
123.
sourced between the pair of them. Two early starters, these two. They've been the first into the venue to get on the practice board.
60. $99.
After this, Kevin Burness will take on Donny Scheurwater to ensure his place through. Carl Coleman takes on Peter Wachiuri. There's a possibility here if Carl can hang on here and beat Peter in the next. Suddenly things could begin to turn in his favour. And game 14 of the session is a meeting between Wachiuri and Burness.
59.
That'll be in the final round of fixtures.
Yeah, that 146, and Burness just kept him into the game. Carl Coleman had a match yesterday when things were looking very rosy. It was against Peter Wachiuri.
60.
He was 3-1 up, ending losing that game. And I think that was a tough pill to swallow. But you learn lessons here on the stage. He won't want that to happen again. And the way he's throwing right now,
100.
it seems better than an 87 average for the pair.
Well, it's just been solidly consistent throughout,
60.
hasn't it?
Carl Newquire, 120.
We've seen a 117 from Carl Coleman. This is for the match. Has to move right across the because the way them darts are sat, shouldn't move from there. Just confirming that's in the 20. How much can he see?
80.
Bent the wire.
Kevin Newquire,
Well, Burness found the 146 in the previous leg. Can he save this one with a 140? Another one of them? Well, he is a player that tends to go tops and perseveres with it. Gets the first, cannot find the second.
120.
And that may well be the last chance he gets to
Carl,
save
you
the
require
game,
14.
because Carl Coleman will come back for tops to keep himself in the equation.
Big dart.
30. Kevin, you acquired 20.
That could be a seismic miss. Kevin Burness gets another poke at double 10. It doesn't
10.
go. Coleman gets another chance. He probably didn't expect this opportunity, but for the man from
Carl, you
Middlesbrough,
acquired
it's to
10.
keep himself in the equation, to keep his hopes alive.
Didn't expect to be back, but he's got an opportunity.
No score.
Pours it wildly into the 12.
Kevin, you acquired 10.
A tense start, a tense pull. This could be a big moment. Burness has had a couple of opportunities himself to keep the contest alive. And he's deciding to split 2 double 4. One left at double 2.
6.
And the misses continue, and they continue to be magnified.
Carl, you acquired 10.
It's almost like you want your opponent to start afresh again. The mind can go blank. That is what we call a flyer. But how many times have we seen that dark goal like that? The smiles on the face. And that happens. An
up.
unbelievable
Go,
match there. A match full of quality for the majority of it there. It smiles all round there for Kevin Burness. But the top two have now lost their final game there. For Carl Coleman, it was a must-win game. The 1-1-7 was the catalyst. It was a nervy ending at the end, but Carl Coleman keeps his hopes alive as we move on to the next game. It's an old Dutch clash. It's Nolan van Leuven against Donny Scheurwater.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series here on Pluto TV. We've completed 8 games on this Friday afternoon. The final match of round 3 sees Donny Scheurwater and Leuven van Leuven go head to head. These two are the bottom 2, and these two will not be here tomorrow night. For Donny, his debut appearance in the Super Series, he's not going to head through to the Saturday on his first appearance. Whereas for Leuven van Leuven, it's the first time that she's not made it through to a Saturday, because in each of the 2 appearances prior to this, she hadn't just made it through to the Saturday, she made it through to the semi-finals. And so there'll be a frustration
50.
this week in terms of not making it through. And I suppose now, for both players, in particular Noah Lynn, who's got a lot coming up over the next few weeks or so in terms of tournament play.
$180.
Well, if she doesn't qualify for Saturday night,
92.
she has the opportunity to put a real show on. Well, that's a beautiful 180 in the opening leg.
59.
Yeah, with plenty coming up in the not too distant future for Noah Lynn. Just a
43.
couple of decent performances just to round her week off would be very much the desired effect. For Donny, what would you say should be
85.
the path that he treads for the near future following this experience?
He's still got a long way to go. The fact he won the Dutch
83.
qualification process
Then
for
you've
the
got
ADC is
127.
an indication that he's certainly got the game. He hasn't fully demonstrated those qualities, but he has to go
63.
away and just sort of assess what and how he felt during the games. I know Scott Mitchell felt that everything has to go right on that
56.
throw.
No, then you require 64.
It's a very rhythmical throw. You've just got to keep practicing what you believe in. Leuven van Leuven's had
Game
real
start, the first
success the
leg.
past
Leuven
couple of
van
years.
Leuven.
And also that mindset as well.
Second leg,
Just
it's
that,
Donny to throw first. Game on.
just that little bit of belief, just chatting with Nolan this morning. It wasn't talking like, I'm going to win 5 out of 5 today and
11.
qualify. So you can have the best technique in the world, you can have a wonderful CV, you can have trophies to boot. But you have to have that fire in your belly as well.
140.
And Donny's got a long way to go, but just a young man. What he doesn't probably realise right now, Henry, is that he's got the best opportunity in the world. He's on that stage. He's
43.
been able to find out what his strengths and weaknesses are all about.
Well, no, he has been very appreciative of the opportunities that the Super Series has given him.
41. $10. $60. $61.
Well, this has been a strong start from Leuven van Leuven.
76.
Polar opposite for Donny Scheurwater, who showed signs in his first couple of games. Certainly this part of the game where scoring was looking a little bit better.
92.
But literally after a leg and a bit, he is still in the practice room right now. A terrible start, and it's been punished by Van Leuven.
Well, this performance from Donny Scheurwater is like ordering a latte but then getting a black coffee instead. 84 left for Van
60.
Leuven to open up a 2-0 lead in this game. Double 12. In it
Game
goes.
start,
Beautiful
the second
finish.
leg. Noah
Brilliantly
Van
executed.
Leuven.
Noah van Leuven opens up a 2-0 lead in this match. Chasm
Third
between
leg,
these
it's
two
Noah
players
to
thus
throw
far.
first.
And for
Game
Donny
on.
Scheurwater, he looks like he's really struggling here.
Yeah, he's looking around, not really sure what one thing you need when you're on there.
125.
It's almost like he's just down at his local academy and local club, just having a few darts at the practice, you've got to have that
40.
real focus then. You could just see behind him. I don't want to sort of highlight the fact how disappointed he was yesterday, but it's clearly maybe just having a little bit of a hangover right now.
He looks lost, Glenn. He looks like he's walking down the street and he hasn't got a clue which road leads to next. It's a bit like you when you traverse back to the hotel at night.
$98. $125.
Best 3 darts from Donny so far in this whole match. Then he turned round.
140.
It was nearly second maximum in this game for Van Leuven. Opening leg. Started with that max.
82. No, then you require 80.
Treble 16 for the double.
Game shot.
I'll tell you what, the pop finishing here for Noel and Van Leuven have been excellent in this game. It was the 84 in the previous legs, the 80 there, both taken cleanly. 3-0 to the good. And Donny Scheurwater doesn't know where to go. He doesn't know where to look.
I think you hit the nail on the head with your analogy. He looks lost. I can't put it any better than that. And for Nolan Van Leuven, I think it's really good the fact she's
96.
putting in a display now, averaging over 92 in this game. But part of me will be thinking, where's it been all week?
But how many times do we see this from players when that
95.
adrenaline seeps out the body because what they wanted to achieve is no longer possible? Do players then just find another level because you're just relaxed, aren't you? It could go one of two ways. It can go the other way and then you can go through the motions. But it feels like now the pressure's off. Noah Lynn's just playing with a relaxation,
79.
playing with a freedom, which I don't think we've seen much from her this week. If we're going to be brutally honest.
Well, the bigger picture is that
82.
Nolan Van Leuven will have a game against Coleman. How much importance will that one be on? Because the next game is huge in relation to qualification.
41.
It is Coleman against Peter Wachiuri. We might know an awful lot more in relation to qualification when that game is done and dusted.
45.
Oh, Peter Wachiuri has definitely
58.
been milking the experience for all it's worth over the last few days. And why shouldn't he? He's been a great addition to the Super Series fold. Donny Scheurwater looking at 1-2-8 to get his first leg of the contest.
$128.
And there's also that sweetener of a £5,000 prize this week.
42.
And of course, it was Sugar Reese Robinson that qualified through last week to Champions Week. The human highlight reel himself. Now, that was a very abrupt path there for Noel Van Leuven, able to find a way into the treble. And so Scheurwater, I say, should get his first darts at a double. He recovers well to leave double 16, but unable to get.
No, then you require 120.
Beautiful 2 darts.
80.
And that would have
Donny,
been
you
a
require
beautiful way to
32.
finish. But Scheurwater's still ticking in the match.
How much confidence, even when he's missing, he's hitting the wire.
16.
That's what the game can do. You
No,
it
then
can
you require
absolutely
40.
destroy you at times. You have to feel for Donny, but for Nolan Van Leuven, from the first dart.
20.
But the
Donny,
game
you
isn't up
require
yet.
16.
Donny Scheurwater scratching his head at the back of the
Game
hockey.
start in the fourth leg.
He just
Donny
looks like a
Scheurwater.
man that's going through all the motions right now. He's back in the game at 3-1.
Fifth
But you
leg,
could
it's
just
Noel
see,
Lynn to throw
you could
first.
just see
Game
that
on.
the energy has just been sapped out of him. He looks like a pupil in a school.
59.
You know what? You're about to finish your last Friday lesson. It's double English before you head home for the weekend, but you don't really want to be doing your double English. Well, that's kind of where Donny
65.
Scheurwater is at this present moment in time.
You get like Simon Cowell with all these analogies.
180.
What was your favourite subject at school, Glenn?
Maths.
34.
Perhaps not a surprise, but my favourite was history. Loved history at school.
100.
That was a strange one from Noah there. Looked over at the score, so I automatically thought you would then go to the 18s to leave the big fish. Stayed on the treble 20 bed. Probably that
46.
realisation that Donny Scheurwater was still in the 400s. That winning line is in sight. And this is the beginning of the end.
54.
Well, Nolan van Leuven looks set to wrap this match up.
105. Nolan, you've
Had
got
the
108.
opportunity in the previous leg to complete the game to 0. But you get the sense this is going to be a 4-1 win. And it's going to be done in some style. It's going to be done with the 108. Nolan van Leuven beats Donny Scheurwater by 4 legs to 1. Coming up after the break, Peter Wachiuri has his chance to qualify through against Coleman. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Levanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! And welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Kevin Burness and Peter Wachiuri are both on 12 points respectively, both a win away from qualifying through to tomorrow night's final. They both missed an opportunity to do just that in the last round of fixtures. Coleman on 8 points, the only other player that can make it through. But if he loses here to Peter Wachiuri, it is game over. Peter Wachiuri can actually do a job for 2 players here. If he wins, he won't just send himself through, but he will take Kevin Burness with him into the Saturday night showpiece. But beware, because Carl has already beaten one of those top 2 contenders today, because in his previous match, he got the better of Kevin Burness by 4 legs to 2. He could sense the nerves that surrounded the performance of Burness, knowing what was at stake, and he pounced upon it. And it has to be said, Peter Wachiuri himself looked very nervous in his game against Martin Thomas. Okay, it was a good version of Martin.
Game on.
At times in terms of his finishing, a 4-0 win for the Welshman, but it was as if Wachiuri knew what was at stake in that particular match.
137.
Yeah, perfectly put, and has he been able to put them nerves aside? Because just one bit to add to that, if Carl Coleman does beat Peter, Peter's last game is against Kevin Burness. So
85.
Kevin would go into that one as a favourite, but Norlin van Leuven is probably just put the best display on for a while. A 4-1 win over compatriot Donny Scheurwater. Norlin van Leuven could still help
60.
Peter Wachiuri out by beating Carl Coleman in his final game. Been a funny old Group C, hasn't it? Yesterday, a lot of talk was the methodical pace, the 4-3s. I've had a lot of one-sided games today.
Well, a tale of 2 days, and it just goes to show that in this Super Series format, no 2 days are the same.
This was a crucial game yesterday. It was a game that Carl Coleman had won his opening match against Norlin van Leuven.
95.
And was 3-1 up against Peter in that match. And it all just went a little bit pear-shaped. I think that'll have been on the back of the mind, despite the fact that Carl left in 3rd place overnight. He'll have felt that it's the one that got away.
Unless I'm mistaken, this was the game yesterday that Wachiuri was on the 9. He's had some highlight moments this week as the Kenyan, but if he wins this game, the most important target has been attained, and that is getting through to Saturday. He's left himself 60 after a dozen to get an opening leg break over Carl. And for Carl Coleman, this could go the other way round. There's a bit of a free hit against Kevin Burness last time. He felt the nerves of him going through. But seeing the table as it is, Carl could suddenly think, okay, I could get through, and the nerves could kick in as a result. But Peter Wachiuri kicks off a 14-darter breaker throw to take an early advantage.
Second leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on.
And a 14-dart equates to 107.36 average. And I guess that's all you can do in this situation, just one leg at a time.
60.
When you represent your country in there's one competition where you're on and off playing one leg at a time, the Six Nations. And my mind would often I would use that as a motivation. And I think for Peter Wachiuri, rather than looking at the bigger picture, if I win this, your mind can go ahead of yourself. And I felt like his last performance was probably because of that. He seems to have got himself back together again, and a beautiful first
55.
leg.
Back to normal, but in a good way for Peter Wachiuri.
$78.
Dare I say, is it Carl that's thinking of the bigger picture in this game? But you just feel like every game that Carl's playing at the moment, it's win or bust.
$83.
Yeah, this game has just reached a little bit of a stalemate, hasn't it?
140.
You get the sense both players know how important this match is, and it's being played like a game which has got a real impetus to it. Now, Peter,
101.
sign up on 303, making life difficult for himself. Coleman 6 darts on 237 to level up on 1 apiece.
96.
Yeah, beautiful last start there from Carl Coleman. Wachiuri's scoring certainly come back to him early in this game. He's finding that treble 20 with more ease. He looked nervy.
83, car require 141.
I'm going to call that the Elvis. It's almost, I need him to go after it.
That was awful.
30, Peter require 119.
You'll be stealing that line, no doubt, when I'm not here next week, as Wachiuri looks at the 19s. It's almost like you know exactly what you want if you hit the single. But it's 62 points left, so just a little reminder, because Carl's on a finish, he should be looking at the 12s bed. It's exactly what he's done. A bullseye.
94.
Not far away.
Car require 111.
Coleman has to take this 111. He's already had a couple of ton plus checkouts today. And boy, does he need this. He was broken in leg 1. But can he find an instant riposte?
79.
No, he can't. The double 16 goes a begging. He knows how big a miss that could be. Wachiuri comes back for 2-0 and to put him halfway there.
Often goes the 1 double 12 route. Looking at his eye line, he's changed that route for double 8 this time. Coleman can't look. Big dart. Big
Game
moment,
shot
big
in the
player.
second leg.
Wachiuri
Peter
leads 2 legs to
Wachiuri.
0.
Cruise control. He had to avoid a dart to level up at
The
1-1.
leg is called to throw
But the truth be
first.
told, Peter
Game
Wachiuri
on.
has been the better player in this contest.
$45.
Remember, Peter Wachiuri, if he wins, doesn't just send himself through. Kevin Burness goes through with him. Coleman will be out. Everybody else will then just be playing for position.
Yeah, I think the biggest opponent at the moment for Carl Coleman is probably himself.
100.
But one thing you need as a player is character, and that's exactly what Peter Wachiuri is showing right now. He is on the back of his worst display of this Group C campaign when Martin Thomas beat him 4-0. He's gone away, he's come back, and as Henry alluded to, he's been the better player. Carl's had that missed dart to double 16. But apart from that, every stat I'm looking at is in favour of that man in your picture.
41. $43.
Well crafted 140, and that little acknowledgement there just told us that he felt that way.
Yeah, we love it. We love the finger point.
87.
Carl
Peter
Coleman in
require
particular like
140.
it. Wachiuri 6 darts away from a 3-0 lead. We've had so many one-sided games today. Polar opposite of yesterday. Will go downstairs. Should have gone downstairs
41.
because the difference now, when we've talked about that board management of Wachiuri, is he's looking at the next phase of getting better. But really should have left a straight ton minimum.
40 scored.
It's down for the 25.
You require 99.
Leave the 127. Wachiuri 99. Now this is a single. Expect tops to be in play. Tops will be in play.
Yeah, 19 scored, 80 left.
If this goes, he has the darts to go through. He's unable to get it with dart 2.
I know it's the modern route, but with the opponent on a tough finish, it's almost like I'd go conservative if I was going to go that way.
39.
Pretty much giving a big
Carl
opportunity to Carl Coleman. He
127.
needs a treble with his first 2 darts. He'll start with treble 20. Doesn't get it. A treble 19 is a must. It's got it for the bullseye.
94.
Never looked likely, and the frustration's just beginning to boil over for Carl Coleman. And so Wachiuri comes back for 60 for the double break for 3-0 lead, and then it would mean that the Kenyan would have the darts to send himself into Saturday's final. We could be on the cusp of a watershed moment here, at the Super Series.
Game shot
Peter
for
Wachiuri has
Peter
got the double
Wachiuri.
break, and the Kenyan sensation is to within a leg now of qualifying through to the finals on his debut. It would be a big story for Peter Wachiuri. It would be a big story for the Super Series. It would be a national news story in Kenya. Peter Wachiuri, this could well be your moment. Kenya, this could well be your moment. Strap in, hang on to your hats, because this could be a moment of Kenyan sporting history that we are witnessing in front of our eyes. And he kicks off 140.
$32.
Just keep it simple now.
55. $85.
Now it's Carl who's just sort of almost getting a little bit frustrated about what's possibly going on behind him. Look, Peter Wachiuri is a fidgety player, and we saw elements of that yesterday with Leuven van Leuven. He probably is sort of clicking his dart. There'll be nervous moments for Peter. You know, it's certainly nothing about gamesmanship, anything like that, but it's also an indication that maybe your mind is not where you want it to be.
Well, 87.5 the average, 3 from
41.
5 in his finishing. He is not stalling towards the finishing line, and now he's got 6 darts for 2-2-1 to send himself through to finals night. He has been the story of the week, make no bones about it. He has been a sensation, and if he takes it out by hitting the 164, the internet will crash.
47. Peter Ukai, 164.
It's been a joy to watch him in full flow. It really has. He was the headline act going into before the dart was thrown Monday. This is unbelievable.
139.
That would have been the most sensational way to have done it. But he's going to come back. He's going to have his moment. His moment in the spotlight. Peter Wachiuri of Kenya, 25 points away from securing his place through to the finals. It's double 12. Double 6.
13.
Not yet.
Showing an awful lot of emotion there is Peter. But Carl Coleman is way back on 239. Peter will be going through that same process he's done so many times this week, but the implications are so big. A big moment at the Motor Super Series. He was the headline act Monday. The man from Kenya has the opportunity to qualify for Saturday night's finals night. Great marker.
Oh my.
No score.
Oh my. It's clipped off the barrel, diverted above.
Carl Ukai, 139.
Well, Coleman looks like his race has run. Peter Wachiuri looking to race through. It's double 6 for tomorrow night.
Peter,
he's had a few chances now to cross the finishing line. His third time going to be the charm for the Kenyan superstar. It's double 6. Peter Wachiuri has done it. He's done it for himself. He's done it for Kenya. The superstar is into Saturday night at the Super Series. And what a story this is. What a story it's going to be back in his native homeland. If he was a national hero before, he's a national superstar now. Peter Wachiuri has qualified for Saturday night at the Super Series. And it is going to make headlines. It's going to make big headlines with a big win against Carl Coleman. Coming up after the break is Martin Thomas up against Leuven van Leuven.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
got
done.
it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Bonus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Motor Super Series, where Peter Wachiuri has qualified for Saturday night here at the Live Lounge. 7 wins enough to send him through. Kevin Burness will also be through because Wachiuri's opponent that he beat before the break was Coleman. So we now know 3 of the 6 players through to tomorrow night's final. Peter Wachiuri, Kevin Burness will both join Colin Osborne, who won through Group A on Wednesday afternoon. It's been a dramatic afternoon of darts here at the Live Lounge in Porter. But for Noah Lynn van Leuven and Martin Thomas, they weren't a part of the drama.
First leg, it's
For
Martin
Noah Lynn
to throw
today did not go to
first.
plan. For Martin Thomas,
Game
it was
on.
always going to be a case of today just being a exercise in terms of picking points up and then seeing what was what.
Yeah, it was a quality game between the pair of them yesterday.
140.
Nolan van Leuven winning that. It went the full distance to 7, was 10 points less in the averages. That was the type per day that Martin Thomas had yesterday.
90.
Different play today. But yeah, just taking a little bit of a breather. That was an incredible past 10 minutes. And
41.
Peter Wachiuri through to Saturday night at the Live Lounge. It's just wonderful to see. And personally,
140.
I can't wait to see him up there with a crowd in here. So please come and join us.
Yeah, www.dartshop.tv is the address that you need to be here on a Saturday night. £5 the admission charge.
101.
Noah Lynn leaves 170, but Thomas looking to set up here.
No, that was a beautiful last dart.
170.
This understacker of a throw. What a dart that is for a 170 finish. begging for the big fish.
145.
It wasn't the worst attempt. Thomas looking at 80. Diverted wide, so 15 and bullseye for Martin Thomas. Doesn't look too pleased, does he? But he'd be happy with the end result.
Martin
Thomas takes the opener.
You're just trying to engage there with the referee.
Second leg, it's Nolan to throw first.
It's amazing how
Game
your
on.
mind can just go blank. You sat watching it at home just thinking, just throw it for the bullseye. Or if your mind just has that 1% of doubt, you just have to stand back, and seemed to be the right thing for Martin Thomas. And that was plumb in the bullseyes. That's the kind of day Martin Thomas is having.
How everything can just change. One day can contrast to the other. And for Martin Thomas, if he wins this game, he is the favourite to finish third in the group. And he was adrift, remember, at the beginning of the day.
95.
And you take on Donny Scheurwater in the last. He could end this group with 10 points.
190.
Yeah, playing like someone who would be a force on Saturday night as well. It just shows you these Group C's, these Group B's, the damage can be done on day
30.
one when you start relying on other results as well. But at least he's going to go away with a smile on his face. But to be fair to Martin Thomas, despite the fact he was sat in bottom place, he still had a massive smile on his face. That's the type of guy he is.
Well, he's left 41 after just 9 darts here. He really is pressing forward towards home at the end of this session. He knows it's not going to be enough in the end game. But sometimes when you're in a position that Martin's in,
21.
you want to prove the quality you've got. Well, he's proving that and then some here. In fairness, the scoring wasn't an issue yesterday. It was finishing legs off.
97.
That was the cause of
Martin,
concern.
20.
But he's got time and space to finish this leg off.
Game
2-0.
second leg.
Super
Martin
quick
Thomas.
time once again. Nolan van Leuven on the back of a victory over Donny Scheurwater.
Third leg,
It
it's
just
Martin
seems
to
to
throw
have been
first.
one of
Game
those
on.
weeks, and as we talked about, it hasn't been the 2025 start for Nolan van Leuven. Lots of priorities ahead, but at the moment, the only thing that's ahead of is a player who's looking in sparkling form.
Well, 107.06 is the Thomas average at this present moment in time. 2 from 5 in terms of his finishing. Nolan van Leuven playing the best darts she has done all day, averaging 97, but the problem that she's got is Martin Thomas has just clicked into gear and has found his enigmatic best. He admitted yesterday that he's hardly played this year. Q score didn't go to plan.
45.
But he's got this raw ability and this raw talent that if it can all click together at one point, he is a frightening force of nature.
85.
Here's that quirky throw. It's nothing. I mean, technically sound is Nolan van Leuven. I mean, if you assess the game on the throws, then there'd only be one winner.
140.
But when Martin Thomas does start going, and when the target gets hit like that, you expect the rest to follow. This is incredible. Like a different player. And finding the doubles with ridiculous ease. Martin Thomas, once again, that is sensational.
Well, 109.98 is the average, and he's got it done as well in the space of 4 minutes and 52 seconds. Now, the record match time here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth is 5 minutes and 40 seconds. That was when Alexander Merckx and Jelle Klassen played out a 4-0 fest, which was rat-a-tat-tap at a whip-it type pace.
I mean, Nolan van Leuven is averaging over 100 herself.
57.
5 minutes 41 seconds at Alexander Merckx. She had a Klassen game back in October 2023.
92.
Well, this is the best game of the week so far.
Yeah, great numbers on the board. Can he just see it out? It's almost like that expectation with Martin this week, the way you're waiting for him to sort of dip
42.
off. And that's a shame that that's happened, because it would have been great for Martin to post this 110 plus average, because that's what he'd look like for the majority of this game. But all of a sudden, Nolan van Leuven, who herself is averaging a ton, There's 72 points away to getting on the board.
Well, Noah deserved this chance because of the way she's played in this
60.
contest.
Nolan requires 72.
She's played well, but has had no answer to the Martin Thomas onslaught.
64 points left. Opponent not on a finish. We'll stay on the 16s, but it's going to take a big 17 to get down to tops.
$100. Nolan requires 40.
Tots and Olin van Leuven to extend the game.
Game's
That's
on the board
perfectly
there.
pinned.
Nolan
Middle of the
van
bed.
Leuven.
Back to 3-1. Thomas has the darts, though, to win what has been an absolute corker of a contest.
Yeah, still averaging over a ton, Martin. Just
Fifth
taking
leg,
his
it's
time.
Martin to throw first.
I got the
Game
feeling
on.
there. I think he thought he was against the darts. Took a little bit more time. Was he just getting and gathering his thoughts together for one final onslaught to see out this match?
57.
What Martin does want to do now is lose pace at this present moment in time. He's done all the hard work.
140.
But Noah Lynn is just keeping at this very high level. The averages are the same now, both 98.
Yeah, you've got to give credit to Nolan. It's not the fact that
41.
Martin could keep up with that phenomenal pace, that ferocious attack on the treble 20. That beautiful 136 finish. Nolan van Leuven has responded very nicely.
$55. $127.
Great visit. And Nolan van Leuven is beginning to really get herself back into this contest, really posing some big questions of Martin Thomas.
41.
Yeah, going through the gears right now. This would be the ultimate comeback from 3-0 down against an opponent who
59.
was looking stupendous.
Well, how many times do we see this, though? A player like Martin races off very quickly into a 3-0 lead. A player is still keeping pace. And when that drop-off happens, the player that was keeping pace suddenly then gets a bit more joy because their level stays the same. That's exactly what's happening to Nolan van Leuven here.
Yeah, doesn't want to go the bull. Might have been the case if, or maybe just a
88.
beautiful transition down to the 16s. That's what she does to leave double 16 and really to get back in this match, because this is for a breaker throw. This double 16 means we are back on throw.
85. Nolan requires 32.
And who would have envisioned that a few moments ago? As you can see, only a small portion of the bottom side to aim at.
No score.
She almost found her way through. Now, Thomas has already had a 1-2-1-3-6. He's going to have the 1-2-5 to win it.
Well, treble 20 would be needed.
Well, it doesn't go, and so van Leuven
65. Nolan requires 36.
will have 3 more in hand at double 16 to reduce the gap back down to 1. Double 8, and again, it's awkward. Has to try and float it over the top,
16.
but unable to do so, and so Thomas can win the game here.
60.
In bottom place overnight was Martin Thomas, but he's been on a roll today. And for 3 legs, he looked absolutely amazing, was averaging over 109, but in the end sees out the job. Martin Thomas is a totally different player from this time yesterday, and good on him. He's a gentleman. He really is. He had a smile on his face when he was bottom of the table, and rightly so, has a smile on his face. The average dipped at the end, but it was all about the win. Martin Thomas, another win to add to the collection. It's top of the table. Kevin Burness up next against Donny Scheurwater.
Welcome back to the Motor Super Series. Before the break, Martin Thomas got the better of Noah-Lynn van Leuven by 4 legs to 1. We now enter game 12 of the session, which is a meeting between Kevin Burness and Dunny Scheurwater. For Kevin, he's already qualified.
Game on.
Wins here. Him and Peter Wachiuri will play a playoff match in game 14 to see who will be the winner of Group C. And what has already been a trailblazing day of darts. Peter Wachiuri of Kenya has qualified for finals night here at the Super Series. And we should send and pass off our congratulations as well to Bo Greaves, who has qualified for the 4th round of the UK Open. Has just beaten Mickey Mansell by 6 legs to 2. And that another real big watershed moment for women's darts, Glenn.
Yeah, and just to add on to that, Adam Lipscomb as well, a local player to hear through to the last 16. So it's a fantastic weekend of darts. And I just hope that Peter Wachiuri gets the headlines that he deserves. I'm sure at home they are going absolutely wild.
Well, they have gone absolutely wild. There's some. I've just had a look at. We've just been having a look at our social media accounts during the break, and there have been some wild celebrations back home in Kenya. So there should be.
85
for a great achievement. A great achievement for the sports out in that part of the world.
Yeah, it'd be great to get some coverage of that as well.
60.
But yeah, it's been a joy to see him play in person. It's been a joy to see him winning games. And look, to see him there on Saturday night.
100.
I just think it's brilliant for so many people. If it inspires one player, and it's a great job done by Wachiuri.
And that is part of the growth and the evolution. Can't wait to hear what Devon Peterson's going to say, because I know he's been following his progress all week long.
Yeah, when we're talking trailblazers, I mean, Devon Peterson, not only as an individual, but what he's doing generally. Kevin Burness, look at treble 18.
92. Donny, you require 126.
So Scheurwater looking at 1-2-6 to get the break and take the opening leg. Can he find a way through? No, he can't. So Burness double 16 to take out the opening leg.
Kevin, you require 32.
Getting closer.
Game start the first leg. Kevin Burness.
I just sensed with Kevin Burness roundabout yesterday, there was almost like steam coming out of his ears. He was fist pumping. He was motivating himself. I just get the sense he's just using a little bit of experience as well. He knows the job's done. He's probably already identifying his final game against Wachiuri, but
60.
Dare I say, I feel like he's also ready to plan in his tack for tomorrow night as well and conserve as much energy as possible.
He's a very experienced campaigner, is
60.
Kevin, and he's spent so many years in the Pro Tour and so many years around the circuit that there's nothing that's going to be a surprise to him. So because he's experienced it all, he'll know how to deal with it all. Professional job, I think, is the best way of describing it.
Yeah, Donny just has had his real low moments this week. He's just
100.
fighting, doing everything he can.
$60.
As for Donny, he'll just want a couple of decent performances, won't he? Just to end his campaign with, to end his week with.
I say he started the day scoring so much better. He had a really disappointing in his previous game. I thought, is he going to struggle to bounce back against the old conquering Kevin Burness? But he's holding his own here. Kevin Burness scores a ton 40 and 177. I just think the gears are there.
Just doing what he needs to do. Professional job. It's not been sparkling, but it hasn't had to be sparkling.
45. Kevin, you require 24.
So double 12 for Burness to make it 2-0 and get the break. Double 6. Clips the wire, bends the wire, has to shuffle across.
12. Donny, you
always have a moment here at the Motor Super Series. Wouldn't it be great for Donny to get a finish under his belt, but not with darts like that, he's not.
26. Kevin, you require 12.
Double 6 again for Burness. Trapdoor. May not even contemplate this, you know. He's not going to.
No score.
He said that Donny Scheurwater ain't going to take out the 1-2-1.
Well, I think that's the ultimate insult as a player there, and if I'd have been Donny, but I think Donny just prior to that,
41.
it was
Kevin, you
almost
acquired
like
12.
I'm going through the motions there. I would have gritted my teeth and give absolutely everything at that point.
Game shot in the second
2-0.
leg. Kevin Burness.
Not pretty. Kevin Burness, you feel, just going through his routines now. Again, it's just a puff out the chest.
Kevin to throw first.
He done all his damage
Game on.
yesterday. Some real promising stuff from Kevin Burness, and he'll have to find out and look at the solution of how he can get how he was
62.
feeling yesterday afternoon to how he's feeling today. He'll want to put on a fabulous performance tomorrow night. Remember, if you come second in this group,
125.
you'll play the opening match of Saturday night against Colin Osborne.
And against the throw as well. Burness 2-0 up.
60.
Feels like a little bit of a mismatch at this present moment in time.
26.
And he does look like he's going through those motions, is Donny. And it's not nice to see from a player. You could just tell that he's just been left a bit punch drunk.
83.
Yeah, Donny's got one final game after this one. That'll be the last game of this interesting Group C. But it's all done and dusted now. That man in your picture, alongside the story of the week, Peter Wachiuri.
40.
Again, another pull into the 5, and so Burness will feel like he's got 6 starts here from 2-5-6 to stretch the lead to 3.
Stretchy, mate, with darts like that.
80.
And the obligatory fist pump to go with it. Better from Scheurwater. May go for the bull with the last.
95. Kevin, you acquire 76.
So Burness 76 to open up a 3-love lead. Double 18.
40. Donny, you acquire 110.
Scheurwater 110. 110. On off he went, triple 20 pull.
78. Kevin, you acquire 36.
So for a 3-0 lead.
Game shot in the
No
third
problem
leg.
whatsoever.
Kevin Burness.
A little scratch of the head there. Just a professional job against an opponent who's really struggling right now.
Fourth leg, it's Donny to throw first. Game on.
3-0 Burness wins this game. He goes top of the group. Him and Wachiuri play a playoff to see who will win it in game 14.
42.
Now the UK Open draw is being made as we speak, and Bo Greaves will take on Luke Humphries. I don't know about you, Glenn, but I reckon that might be on the main stage.
41.
Yeah, just off air, you said that you fancied Bo Greaves to get a really big player. Doesn't get much bigger than the world
53.
number 1. And Luke Humphries, what an opportunity.
Going Price Connor Scott's quite the game as well, quite the tie.
I don't know, I'm focusing on this. I'm
60.
focusing on Kevin Burness going through to set up a mouth-watering match with Peter Wachiuri, who will top the group in this Group C campaign.
58.
You asked me a question earlier, Henry, about Donny Scheurwater. Well, I hope he's watching back these games because I know it's mega
140.
tough. But right now, it just feels like he is going through the motions right now.
60.
And maybe only time will tell when he looks back at these games of what could he have done better. In his last game, what can I do against Kevin Burness? Because I would have treated this one like a world final for him. He's up against an opponent who's pinging 180s in for fun.
It's all part of that experience for Donny Scheurwater, but he may not want to look back at this
45.
moment
Kevin,
because
you
Kevin
acquire
Burness
80.
now looking at 80 to seal a 4-0 success. Went for tops with so much time on his hands. And so for the match, double top his pin. It's a 4-0 win for Kevin Burness. He beats Donny Scheurwater by 4 legs to 0. And so we reach the final round of matches on day 2 of Group C. Noel van Leuven and Cole Coleman comes next. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Levanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow!
And welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We already know the 2 qualifiers from Group C. Kevin Burness, who's on the back of a 4-0 victory over the disappointing Scheurwater in that final game there. He's got one more game to play, just as everybody else. The smiles on the face for Carl Coleman, but I also have a sense that maybe, just maybe, he missed an opportunity against Noel van Leuven, who has been just a little bit too much up and down, just lacked that consistency that you need here at the Modus Super Series. And I think when Nolan reflects on the week, I think Henry will be with a hint of disappointment.
She's a player that expects the minimum requirement to be on a Saturday night. Simple as that. And that will be the first disappointment. I think she came here with realistic ambitions of winning the whole tournament. She said before dart was thrown that she believes in the power of 3 and she believes that third time is a charm, and it didn't quite work out this time round for Van Leuven up against Carl Coleman, who will feel like opportunity missed. Now, if Carl loses this game, then we will pretty much know we will know the rest of the table positions, because Thomas would be guaranteed to finish third no matter what. Coleman and Noah Ling could trade places depending on the margin of victory, and Scheurwater will be guaranteed to finish bottom of the league table.
Yeah, it was a real turning point, this game, for Carl Coleman yesterday. Expected a bigger performance from Nolan van Leuven in that one. And I thought Carl would kick on. It was a 4-3 victory. What finishes a 1-3-6 and 1-1-6 in that game by Carl.
121.
Just couldn't then kick on. That second game, I think, is the one game he'll always look back on this week.
76. Carl, you require 100.
So Coleman looking at a ton to take the opening leg to get the break instantaneously. Treble 19 leaves the double. Doesn't have to go for it. And I don't... Well, 62. He was caught in two minds for a second there, but decided to persevere nonetheless.
It was almost like he was looking at the 6, wasn't it?
Wasn't just my eyes deceiving me.
125. Carl, you require 38.
Change of strategy? Absolutely, for double 16. Definitely
Game
playing with a
shot
smile on his face. He looks
Coleman.
super relaxed, and to be fair, for the whole 2 days, when I've been sort of analysing the performance of Carl,
Second leg, it's Carl to throw first.
that
Game
relaxation, he definitely tightened up in that real game against Peter Wachiuri. You could see it was not the same player. But that's what pressure is. That's what the game's about. That's what you have to deal with. But yeah, to do the double over Nolan will be one box to tick off.
Be another
96.
big name. That would be dispatched. There's a guarantee of a couple of big names being dispatched tonight when Group B gets back underway from 10 p.m.
60.
Yeah, just in the break there. Be a couple of big names going out the UK Open as well. Some sparkling games. One game that stood out for me was Peter Wright against Littler. Any standout for you?
139.
Bunting against Dobie's the tie of the round. I don't care what anybody says. Greaves against Humphreys is going to have such an interesting dynamic to it. And I tell you what, I like the look of going Price against Connor Scott. Them two got history, remember. They met at the World Championship a couple of years ago. Connor hasn't quite hit the tour maybe as well as he would have wanted to.
99.
But I don't think that's the world's biggest surprise. We've seen it from the likes of Scott Williams before, where it's a different pressure when you move on to the tour and now you've got things to defend rather than free rolling outside of the top 128.
84. No, Len, you call 167.
That's where the players at the Motor Super Series want to be. And with darts like this, you just never know. But Nolan will go back upstairs.
99.
And nothing Carl Coleman can do on 218. This is on the throw of Carl. He broke the throw in the first leg. Nolan looking good to respond.
40.
So this to level up.
You require 68.
Double top.
48.
Just below.
$95. No, Lynn, you required 20. Game shot in the second leg.
1-1.
Van Leuven.
Plenty of smiles,
Third
plenty
leg,
of
it's
chatter.
Nolan to throw first. Game on.
I talked about the last time I was here, Henry, where literally Group C went down to the last dart. This has all been done and dusted.
95.
But the headlines are still to be wrote yet. We've had a fantastic Group C. I've really enjoyed the duels. I mean, Kevin Burness has been the outstanding player. However, today he hasn't replicated the real destructive darts that he did. Is that part of the fact that he's saving himself a little bit for tomorrow? I think you're going to have a couple of players, Henry, who'll be disappointed when they look back and think I've missed a real opportunity
58.
there. But there's only one story that will come out this Group C. And he comes from Kenya. And he's up next.
Peter Wachiuri, who story could actually transcend beyond the UK Open. We've got a major
78.
PDC tournament on this weekend, and the headline could be Peter Wachiuri. He plays Kevin Burness in the penultimate match. And the winner of that game will top the group. Now, I wonder what headlines will be made on the Kenyan News at 10 tonight about Peter, because yesterday they had a full report on him.
190.
Stunning darts from Nolan. Taking control of this match after losing the opening leg.
45. Nolan, you require 47.
Double top. Good guide. Uses it beautifully. 2-1 Noah Lynn. Just beginning to hit her stride a little bit now, Noah Lynn.
I think the pace is, she's increased that by...
Fourth egg, it's Carl to throw first. Game on.
By tenfold. It's almost like she knows the competition is over. I'm just going to get on with it to the game. And it's actually really suiting the style of play.
60.
Can't wait to get to the hockey.
40.
Told you.
$58. 60.
Time for a max, Carl.
100.
I think Carl will go back to Teesside. He's got so much planned for this year.
180.
And for Nolan van Leuven, maybe the override memory is just the fact, actually, my game is there.
96.
Looks better than an 89 average, this one. 2 180s. And maybe that's the reason, just maybe that little lack of consistency.
85.
And every single player this week would have known the opportunity, not just of this week, but the opportunity that would have been ahead of them in April. It's a big week nonetheless, but it's a big week littered with opportunity this time around. There's nobody at the minute, maybe with the exception of Shea McGurk, you look at in that field for Champions Week and you say is a bona fide favourite. Reece Robinson's experience may give him a shout. Sam Spivey, Jensen Walker, Alex Small, all there for the first time.
Yeah, exciting names. It won't be Carl Coleman or Nolan van Leuven.
54. Nolan require 36.
But Nolan looking good now for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Nolan van Leuven.
Do you get the sense Nolan looked over and said, where have you been? Why have I not been like this all week?
Fifth egg, it's Nolan to throw first. Game on.
However, I would put the coin the other way and say, at least it's better late than ever. And ever since she has been officially eliminated, the performance has been better. Not much many would have done to the performance for Martin Thomas last time out, but the darts have been better as the week's come to a close. The frustration is when it came to push and shove, she was unable to find those sorts of levels, but I do think she's beginning her season now. She took a little bit of time away after the World Championship.
100.
Not maybe we've seen her play as prolifically as we have done over the last few years, and I think once she properly gets up to speed this season, I still think there's a successful season ahead for Noah Lynn van Leuven. Oh, now we're reigning in maxis.
$140.
What a performance. I get the sense knowing Carl is thinking, why me? I think he's going to lift that T-shirt up with a why me on there, but this has been sparkling from Nolan van Leuven, taking her average just shy of 97. Beautiful, absolutely stunning. Nolan van Leuven saved her very best, but right at the end. Great support from everyone. Well done to Carl Coleman this week. He'll want to be back on that stage. I think we've seen enough from him, but look at those numbers from Nolan. 96.04. Beautiful on the doubles. That was outstanding. And we move on to the game of the day. It's the penultimate match of Group C. It's first against second. It's Wachiuri against Burness.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie McGuire, 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Bonus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. 2 more games to go on this Friday afternoon session. Peter Wachiuri and Kevin Burness, well, they're both through to tomorrow night's final. They're playing off to see who's going to win the group. Colin Osborne won Group A on Wednesday afternoon, and then later on tonight we'll see Group B come to a close. 10 o'clock, live and exclusive on Pluto TV. Peter Wachiuri then and Kevin Burness, they'll go head-to-head. This is Game 14 of the session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. The winner will progress their way through as the winner of Group C into finals night. And the loser will have to play Colin Osborne in the first match of the Saturday night session. And for Peter Wachiuri, he's been the story. The smile still beams on his face from ear to ear. And if he wins tomorrow night, it would be one of the biggest stories we'll have here. Alex Small, Jensen Walker, Sam Spivey, Shane McGurk and Reece Robinson are the 5 names already into the Champions Week hat. And if that man from Kenya, the trailblazer for his nation, was able to add his name to the list, we may well have one of the all-time great moments. And it starts with a game of rock, paper, scissors, Glenn.
Well, I think he was going in for the cuddle with the stroke of the head. And Kevin Burness was no fist pump. Good game this between the pair of them yesterday. Went to 7 legs. A nice 88 average from Peter Wachiuri. With darts like that, the guy's a star. Love it.
And the thing is, he's only going to improve, and I think that's the most fascinating thing about Peter. Hold on.
I'm trying to keep him quiet, everyone. I apologise. But we're seeing some brilliant footage as well from lots of people watching Peter Wachiuri. Yeah, my mind went there instantly that I think, yeah, it would go wild if he did ping a 9 darter. He had that incredible moment yesterday. He looks relaxed and knows he's qualified. And we're about to see the best from him.
Well, it's been a history-making week.
140.
But Kevin Burness will not care about CVs or reputations. He'll just want to get the job done. He'll want to pocket the extra bit of money he'll get for winning Group C.
85.
And Peter Wachiuri actually is the first ADG qualifier we've had that has qualified through to a Saturday. Kendrick Cordoman, Hilton Klein didn't make it through.
57. Peter Uquire, 91.
Treble 17. He does like a double-double on 74. Changed his route this time.
70 left, yeah.
So 70 points left.
39.
We had that wonderful moment on
Kevin,
74, didn't we,
160.
yesterday with the tops double 17. We nearly both fell off our chair.
140.
Well, I'm sure everybody in
Peter
Kenya
Uquire,
are
52.
off the edge of their seats. They've probably lost all the bar stools. Double 10.
32.
But this is the type of moment where Burness really can
Kevin
pounce and
Uquire,
strike.
20.
The finger point was no, no, no this time. Kevin Burness, who likes double 10, and he often uses that first out of the guide, this time has to move across the yucky, so it's not ideal.
No score.
And the outcome, very similar. A real slow
PG
pace.
required
Yesterday we were
20.
talking about how quick Kevin Burness was to and from the yucky.
Game shot in the first leg. Peter Wachiuri.
Yeah, beautiful start from Peter Wachiuri. If you're going to miss Kevin, I'm going to hit.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it might be quite an ear, Henry, but when that double 10 went in, that footage we've been looking at, it probably went absolutely wild when the
140.
double 10 goes in. The impact.
There's probably places and clubs and bars that probably went apoplectic when that went in.
60.
And just having a look across social media, some of the numbers that Peter Wachiuri has been getting
95.
when he qualified through. In the space of 45 minutes, we're into the tens of thousands of views.
85.
It's absolutely incredible, the traction and the attention that he's getting.
100.
Can you think of other players that have been in the Motor Super Series who have created that interest?
Not players without maybe like a past reputation, like a Fallon Sherrock, potentially a Luke Littler. I think they had a big reputation before coming in. I know Pete Wachiuri had that World Championship run, but this has organically
60.
become a player that's then become great on the back of what happened before.
Yeah, we used to see the numbers of views when we were on YouTube.
140.
And I remember when
Kevin
Ashley
Uquire,
Coleman
106.
come over, there was a lot of interest, wasn't there? He had his own fan base, but nothing like this.
You used to see all the interest in the chat rooms.
39.
Cherry looking at 161.
Peter Uquire, 161. Scored.
23 scored for Wachiuri.
83.
Yeah, cracking
Kevin
last
Uquire,
start. The
67.
pace is clearly not suiting Kevin Burness. Just a reminder, he did lose to Peter Wachiuri yesterday, but a big 18 and tops here will get him level.
Game shot in the second leg. Kevin Burness.
And Burness does get back level at 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Peter to throw first. Game on. $83. 60. $45.
How do you assess the day of Kevin Burness? We waxed lyrical about him yesterday for the majority of the day.
Just done what he needed to do. Hasn't had to be any frills, really, has it? He's just kind of plotted his own path. He's played okay at times without really playing spectacularly, but I think most importantly for him, I just think he'll be happy enough with the fact that he's into Saturday night. And that's all that does matter for
97.
Kevin. I mean, this is a game of some intensity in terms of winning the group. I think it means a lot to both players. But I think if Peter was to win it, there'd be more of an impact.
Yeah, 4 matches played today for Kevin Burness, and 3 of them averages in the 70s. Whereas yesterday, I was talking about these producing the type of form. Interesting to see how he sees the day.
32.
We may be chatting with Kevin before tomorrow night, and just to get his thoughts on that, but you just feel is he using his experience, or is he putting everything into this game and it's just not as it was yesterday?
Was it Harry Styles that said, I know it's not the same as it was? Well, these two will be heading in one direction at the end of today, and they'll be into the finals tomorrow evening from 7:30 p.m.
44.
Burness looking at 111, and he's got 6 starts from here to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead.
And it's double top.
91. $58. Kevin, you acquire 20.
So it's double 10 here for Kevin Burness to break the throw and to open up a 2-1 lead.
Yes, he's had his problems on this double 10. There was no such
10.
problems, let me tell you, yesterday with it. It was almost
Peter,
like his
require
go-to double.
142.
Does this go, yes or no, Glenn?
No, I don't think it does go. In fact, it's not a matchup I was expecting. I thought, if anything, if we were going to see fireworks today, it might have been this game. It was a great game between the pair of them
Kevin,
yesterday.
you acquired 10.
But you just sense that adrenaline, that what you need to put in a magnificent performance is gone, knowing you've qualified. Exhibition stuff.
Game shot in the third leg. Kevin Burness.
Okay.
Did he finger point there, Henry?
It's become infectious, hasn't it?
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Such a cool guy, isn't he, Peter Wachiuri? He just makes everything look cool.
28.
Might even make you look cool one day, Glenn.
Well, I've never been called cool.
$100.
Yes, if you do an interview with these two, Henry, you're the one with the least amount of hair.
45.
Will everybody leave my challenged hair alone?
$121.
That's the Elvis and the finger point there from Peter Wachiuri. I think he enjoyed that.
It was like a shriek, wasn't it?
43.
It was almost like it was all shook up. There's the flick. There's the treble. Are we about to see another maximum? Ha ha ha!
80.
Little less conversation, a little more action, please, lads.
60. Peter, you acquire
Time for
100.
Wachiuri to square up at 2-2. Tops.
He doesn't need to, and that's the reason why.
28. $135.
Where has that come
Peter,
from,
you
says
require
Kevin Burness.
72.
Still not down to a finish. So many options on the score of 72 for Wachiuri. Oh, double. Back to tops with one dart in hand. It usually means one thing.
Game shot in the fourth leg. Peter
Bang in the
Wachiuri.
middle. And this contest is level at 2-2. Look, it's not a classic, but it's been good fun.
Peter to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, like I said, for the fear of repeating myself, it was round about this time yesterday. Kevin Burness was just fast and furious. He was fist pumping. He was smashing that treble 20 to bits. I'm always fascinated about mindset and what's going through the mind's
41.
preparation. This version of Kevin Burness compared to yesterday, is there a reason?
But I do also think tomorrow night will just be different.
Yeah.
I think it'll be different for Kevin. You're back to square and you're back to that intensity.
140.
Kevin's known for a while he's through, and I think that may have just had a little bit of a lag over in terms of performance.
85.
Yeah, his last two games last night, 96 and 98. But it's Wachiuri who seems to have found something.
120 scored.
They both look good to me. He's gone ton 40.
100.
Wow. Potential 11 darter from Peter Wachiuri. We've just said it was not a classic, this game. Maybe the heard us and said, well, how will this do?
Peter, you require 41.
This for an 11 darter.
Double 12. 11 darter, Peter Wachiuri. A leg away from winning the group.
Sixth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Oh, this is fun, Glenn. This really is fun.
That was a great leg.
60.
That little flick of the wrist. And when the first one goes in, I was about to say the rest normally follow.
85.
After that first die, I'd be slightly disappointed with that 85, but takes the early lead. We need to see the firepower from the Iron Man.
100.
Is this a game that's destined for last leg decider, Glenn?
It's been the kind of way, not the kind of day-to-day in Group C, but very
100.
early in this Group C campaign. We thought it was going to be a long, drawn-out affair. Today we've seen a lot of one-sided games, but I'm just not seeing that adrenaline in this match that I think we'll see tomorrow night if they play each other. And that's why you, the crowd, are so important. Come and witness something special tomorrow night.
Yeah, what's happened in this game is not going to have any relevance, I don't think, going forward.
Yeah, that was a question I was going to ask
43.
because this potentially could be a semi-final tomorrow night. Would it have any bearing?
Just look at the character and demeanour of both players. I just don't see their...
60.
I don't see them, A, looking at personal head-to-heads, and B, looking at this game and thinking it was a game of high intensity.
$130.
Yeah, excellent use of the bullseye there. A frustrated Kevin Burness, not something you often see on the hockey.
80. Peter, you got 143.
For the match. 3 180s in this game. So he knows where that treble 20 is. One would still make him a big favour, and he gets it.
Kevin Uquire, 116.
He leaves a 2-darter. Kevin Burness, who looked a little out of sorts in this game. However, champions respond.
98.
Not to be this time.
46.
So to top the table. He's been incredible this week as Peter Wachiuri. We're going to see him tomorrow night. Can he finish the Group C campaign? Top of the table. Yes, he can. The guy is a superstar. Peter Wachiuri, you have been an absolute joy and a pleasure. But for Kevin Burness, job was done very, very early today. He will be back tomorrow night. He probably didn't want to end up on that display there. But Peter Wachiuri, once again, he averaged 88 to beat Kevin Burness yesterday. This time he's averaged 87. He was the better player in that game. Great averages, excellent on the checkout ratio. And what a story we have at the Modus Super Series, all the way from Kenya. And what a performance. We've seen the smiles, we've seen the skills, we've seen a little bit of everything from him. We have seen so much, and the table is a great reading for Peter Wachiuri. And look at that. When he arrived on Monday morning, some sceptics, including myself, could he do that? Well, he'll be framing that, that's for sure. And the people in Kenya will absolutely love the looks of that. But we want to hear from him, and he's with Henry right now.
Peter Wachiuri, congratulations.
Thank you, brother.
Into Saturday night at the Modus Super Series. How do you feel?
I think I don't have any words to just say about that. Though I am just very grateful to have this opportunity, you know. For the first day I didn't make it, although I have just been trying each and every day to see whether I can just reach on Saturday. Though finally I have made it.
You were on 8 points at the start of the day. Were you dreaming of getting through today? And what did you think you had to do? How many games did you think you had to win to get through today?
Actually, I was not going for the games. I was just going for the win. You know, whenever I meet a man or a lady, I was just going for the win. So I think that's what makes me to be here.
What does this mean? How important is this for yourself and for Kenya as well?
For my Kenyan over there, we have made it, brothers and sisters, yeah? Though we are going far, this is just the starting point. Let's look forward, and we will make it. Thank you.
You don't know this quite yet, but back home, they've gone crazy. They've gone incredibly mad for you. There's videos surfacing on social media, dart clubs in Kenya, cheering your winning doubles on.
I think in Kenya, they are just looking, they're watching at me. They are always pressuring me. Peter, you can do it. Peter, you can do it. Now I have made it. It's our time, brothers and sisters. Yeah? Let's go for it. And there we are.
Finally, tomorrow night, into the finals. Do you dare to dream? Do you dare to win this, Peter Wachiuri?
On my side, I'm going for the win. Though I know there are some good players over there. They're just looking, they just want to meet Peter. Who is this Peter from Africa, you know? Though, I'm going for the win. No fear, just looking for the win.
Finally, into that camera, I think you know it quite well by now. Have you got a message to the folks back home?
Thank you for my sponsors, my fans. I think for the first time I have just made it. We are going far. You just go on supporting me, and we reach to the point, yeah? Nice to meet you guys. Let us watch Puto TV everywhere.
Peter, many, many congratulations. We shall see you tomorrow night here at the Live Lounge.
I don't think I have much words to say about this. Thank you. Thank you for my fans. Thank you for my sponsors. Wherever you are, Silver Dust Club, thank you very much. These congratulations, they are going to you and my fans. Watch on Pluto TV. There we go.
Thank you for the free advertising. Thank you for the drama this week, Peter. We shall see you tomorrow night. We're going to take a short break, and we still got the bonus of one more game to go. Thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the live lounge in Portsmouth. Well, that was fun, wasn't it, before the break? Peter Wachiuri winning Group C with a 4-2 win against Kevin Burness. Now, Peter is loving his experience so much that he's actually accosted Martin Thomas on the way to the stage. We had to rush Martin on to play that last match against Scheurwater because Peter Wachiuri just wanted to give him a hug and say thank you for the week.
Yeah, I have to say, Henry, that was a brilliant interview.
It's Donny to throw first. Game on.
Even the whole production team were utterly silent. It was absolutely delivered perfectly, and the answers and the responses were just
95.
very heartwarming. No joking aside, it was great.
My life peaked because I got a hug off of Peter Wachiuri after it was all done.
100.
Please stop making it about you, Henry.
Anyway, what we're going to see here, Martin Thomas against Scheurwater. Martin has
96.
confirmed third position, which he probably didn't expect, really, at the beginning of the day.
I mean, in normal circumstances, Henry, dare I say, he'd be the player of the day. But I'm saying, after that performance, after that interview, I'm in the Wachiuri camp, I really am. And,
55.
It's been one of those weeks that, you know, he's never going to forget for the rest of his life. And for Martin Thomas, the damage was done yesterday. He was the favourite, remember, going into the competition, openly admit not playing a lot of darts, and that showed yesterday. I think the frustrating thing for him is maybe if he could have just got even a local competition and just got the rustiness out the way. But doubles yesterday cost this man.
It cost him big time. $140 for Martin. Leaves him on 99, but whether he'll be punished or not, I don't quite know. But
96. Martin, you acquire 99.
There's a couple of things for Donny Scheurwater to iron out when he gets home, including the sponsorship patch on the right sleeve of his shirt. But Thomas is looking at tops. Gets
Game
tops.
in the first leg. Martin
It's funny
Thomas.
how it happens when you don't need it, Martin, right?
I think that's what he's saying. He sort of gave the dirtiest look ever earlier at a double 10 that he missed. That clearly cost him.
Game on.
And doubles today haven't been a problem whatsoever. We talked about the fact, was it the lowest ever percentage, 18% on a...
Well, yeah, over the course of a
74.
day, I think there's only one other example of 9% I can remember as desperately bad as that.
But today, just so much better.
27. $140.
Cracking visit there for Martin Thomas.
100. $97.
Just looks fluent, doesn't he? He's in that rhythm that... He looks like he ain't going to get beaten. I must admit, it was something that you mentioned earlier. When he looks at that table
95.
and sees him in third place, it is going to be a case of what might have been. Yes, he's 4 points behind, but a couple of head-to-heads if they'd have gone differently. He lost a few games, 4-3, remember.
140.
Averaging 105 here. Does Martin Thomas go for the bull? Glenn, yes or no?
Old school, no.
140. Martin, you've got
Go on, Martin, go for the bull. Go on, pal.
I'm never wrong.
Well, he didn't go for the ball. He didn't go for 10 either.
Should have gone for the bull.
10. Donny acquire 139.
Come on, Donny. 82 points left. Went for the treble 14.
123. Martin acquire 40.
It's double top. For 2-0.
Game
In it goes. Thomas is in front. 2-0.
Not even 4 minutes played, Henry.
The leg is Donny to throw first.
Blistering brilliance from the Welshman.
60.
I actually feel sorry for these two because it must feel like after the Lord Mayor's show after what happened last time.
I'm sure they were itching to get on, and obviously the interview for me was the highlight of the day. I found it really inspirational. I won't lie. I thought, is his English going to be okay? But he got the message across in his unique style.
115.
If Martin or Donny were upset with that, then I think they're in the wrong. But I think the one thing, when Martin thought, I can finally get on the stage, he then got a bear hug off Peter. But it certainly worked, because Martin Thomas has been averaging over 100 in this game. It's just dipped slightly now.
$140.
Fair to say that Martin Thomas has felt the love from Peter Wachiuri and he's feeling good in this game.
46.
As
for Donny, he could do with a bit of a hug here.
Yeah, good point. I feel like I was a little maybe overcritical of him in his last game.
60.
Almost felt like he'd just thrown in the towel, and you don't get the opportunity to play on that stage every week of your life, and I just want to see him maximise every effort he is up against an opponent who's flying. But Donny is on a finish after 12. Needs the treble 19 where it's awkward. What a dart that is. Decides not to move to go the bullseye, to go back to the centre of the board. But he will be back.
$95. Donny require 47.
So 47 for Donny to bring it back to 2-1. Thomas is lurking in the background. If it doesn't go, and it's going to be double 12.
35.
May just be a dart at the ball here for Martin to get the double break and open up a 3-leg lead in the match. Well, even more of a bonus. Now double 6.
72. Donny
Well,
require
I fancied that. I think everybody fancied that, to be fair. And good on you, Donny.
Third leg, Donny Scheurwater.
Sure, Modus Super Series, what you're all about. He topped the chart in the Dutch qualification. Came with a bit of a reputation.
Game on.
We felt he did okay at the Global Championships. Maybe just a little bit more consistency. But that Group A campaign, I think, has lingered on longer. We talked about he looked so disappointed yesterday. But in the whole scheme of things, he has to assess. He has to, what can I do better to come back a more all-round player?
$66. $60.
Well, treble 20 will leave the 170.
45.
Well, you've promised me a 170 from Wachiuri this week. Is he going to save it for Saturday night?
Imagine if he wins the whole lot on Saturday evening with a big fish.
171.
Now you're getting greedy. And look what Donny's left after that 171.
Somebody called Scheurwater surely has to pin the fish.
100. Donny require 170. $50. Martin require 110.
So to go one away. Treble 18 will be the shot.
54. Donny require 120.
So 120 for Donny. Single for tops. Tops it is. He hadn't had anything in the way, but
Martin
Thomas will
require
return for 3-1,
56.
56.
Well, it was at this time yesterday we were talking about the Achilles heels a double. But no such problem today.
Leg, Martin Thomas.
A real joy to watch when Martin Thomas is in full flow.
Fifth leg, it's Donny to throw first. Game on.
So Martin Thomas 3-1 up and now a leg away from completing the group with 10 points to his name. And the thing is, how different just one win yesterday, the right win yesterday, could have just changed things completely for Tomo.
180.
Well, this game yesterday, for example.
84.
Yeah, that's where I had to double check. But it was all about the doubles once again. It was the opening game of the day. 3 from 21.
134.
Never really recovered. But what he has done is just shown everyone why he's respected and regarded in the game.
100.
We're going to close it out. Martin
43.
Thomas. And don't forget, once we're done, you'll have to watch back that must-watch interview from Peter Wachiuri
144.
to round the day off.
Can't check out this time. 104 points left. So he's got other options apart from that treble 20. Persevered, and that's the reason why. That was a stunner of a dart. Treble 20 for Donny.
60. Martin require 44.
So, to round the match off, 44. 4 tops, going loco in Acapulco.
24. Donny require 65.
He didn't stay too long.
I'm not surprised with that singing. It's the perfect dart on 65. There's his marker.
25. Martin, you acquired 20.
To add it off, double 10. It's now 2 5s.
10.
I've got
Donny,
a
you
theory,
acquire 40.
because I've been going on so much about his doubling. He's now falling at the final hurdle again.
Game shot in the fifth leg. Donny Scheurwater.
3-2. Back on the throw, Martin Thomason. From the psychology point of things, when you see those
Sixth
match
leg is
darts,
Martin to throw first.
and then you go back to seeing 501 again. It's my time, he said.
So Thomas with the darts to see the match through.
58.
Oh, is that
85.
touching? Yes, it is touching. Or once upon a time, as we infamously said, was it in? Is it in? Yes, it was in.
And who said that, Henry?
Who do you think said it?
100.
If it was stupid and said in this box, it probably was me.
44.
If I put you on your spot and said, what's your best or most memorable interview, would it be Peter?
Well, it's either that or anything.
Richie Burnett.
Oh, no, not you. You were there for that interview, Richie, weren't you?
I still like the Van Ski, can you count to 5?
140.
See, the thing was, that one wasn't even the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of the one where he said that his win was massive, with a couple of other words mixed in.
135.
He'll stay there.
97.
That's a trifle unlucky. But he will be back for match darts, you feel, on 76. Will there be any pressure?
43.
Not a lot.
Martin, you acquire 76.
So Martin Thomas here, looking at 76 to complete a 4-2 win. Treble 16. Leaves himself double 14, and that will round the match off, and that will round the group off. For Martin Thomas, today was a better day, but the form just came a little bit too late for him. He'll finish up in third on 10 points, but it was the service on Thursday that resumed into Friday. Kevin Burness and Peter Wachiuri are through to tomorrow night's final. And me and Glenn are going to round it all up in a few moments' time. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Levanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000.
The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harris. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim Wachiuri.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Well, it's been a fun Friday here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Martin Thomas rounded off the day for 4-2 winning against Donny Scheurwater before the break. But if we're going to be honest, that's not the story. The story is Peter Wachiuri of Kenya, who has won the group. The sensation is a finalist. He's going to join Kevin Burness through on 14 points. Martin Thomas actually began the day bottom of the table. He's finished third in the end. A very good day for the Welshman. But it's Wachiuri and Burness that progress through to the final. Glenn Durrant's alongside me. Now, everybody was looking forward to seeing Peter Wachiuri. If we're perfectly honest, you didn't quite know what we're going to see from him, but he's made it through to the finals. What a story. What a revelation.
Kenya, we can do this. We're on the map. We can do it. The interview with him was absolutely breathtaking. It's a fabulous story. It really is. And I wish I could sort of say I told you so as a pundit. But it's extraordinary what he's done. I mean, he became to the attention of all dart fans with that African final qualifier. Then the headline act, the pressure of coming over here and trying to deliver what he needs to do. And then to top the group, a player like Kevin Burness, who was sensational yesterday, and then to top the group as well. Just imagine if he wins it tomorrow night.
We'll talk more jovially in a second, but let's talk about the serious stuff and in terms of what he did right today.
He's a very good player. He's got this unique flick of the wrist that he's got there. He's got a lot of bottle. He's playing Kevin Burness in a top of the table clash. He's very good at that. He takes his time. There's many times there'll be people saying, come on, throw the dart. But he throws it when he's ready. And the times he's had that one dart in his hand, that tops, is one of the reasons why he's topped the group. So, taking all the jokes aside there, he was, at times by far the best player in the group. He beat some really good players along the line. And also for tomorrow night, he might come across Kevin Burness again. How is he going to react in front of a crowd tomorrow?
He was nervy in the first game that was going to see him through, but then he managed just to compose himself together for the next one, didn't he?
Yeah, lessons learned. Whatever he did when he went back, he said, I'm not going to let nerves get in the way of me. And against Carl Coleman, he was, for me, that was his game of the day there. Carl Coleman was the player who was looking nervy because he knew it was win or bust in that situation. Peter took advantage, and I think he hit 4 180s in that game. He has that design of a dart which looks like a fairly thin dart, so when he flicks that wrist and gets the first one in the treble 20, it's almost like you're expecting the others to follow. So that's great to have in the arsenal.
Kevin Burness, the other player to make it through, wasn't quite as good today as he was yesterday, but I think we can give him a free pass. The job was done quite early.
Yeah, and I don't know why. I don't know if he took his foot off the accelerator. Is it darts when sometimes you're not playing as well as you want? This was a real highlight. Carl Coleman was cruising at this stage, and that 1-4-6 there. But even in the next leg, he sort of missed 6 darts at double 10 to take the match the distance. Yeah, it was a strange one for Kev. I don't really have the answers. I was hoping to sort of maybe hear from him, but maybe we will from tomorrow. Did he do the work yesterday? Did he take the afterburners off and saving a bit of energy for tomorrow night?
Different story tomorrow?
If you'd have asked me that question yesterday, I would have said I really think that Kevin Burness can go and win it. On the back of wins over Barney, over James Wade, comes in here in good nick, couple of semi-finals in the Challenge Tour. Today didn't inspire me.
Martin Thomas will be scratching his head and thinking, if only I could have been sharp on the doubles yesterday.
Yeah, what a beautiful play to watch. It's a quirky throw. It shouldn't work, but he's very rhythmic. He's full of rhythm. So when the darts do go, you'd expect the rest to follow. Good pedigree. And I think it's one of those classic cases where if you're not playing enough match darts, you don't come here battle hardened. Didn't have a great cue skill, just won the one game there. And I think that showed this week. Today was brilliant.
Let's have a look at the tournament bracket then, and this is how things break down. Colin Osborne, the winner of Group A on Wednesday afternoon. Peter Wachiuri and Kevin Burness getting the job done in Group C this afternoon. Group B is what we're going to be watching later on tonight. That is 10 o'clock this evening here on Pluto TV. But as you can see, Peter Wachiuri, the winner of Group C. And do you know what, Glenn? Some of the scenes and some of the videos that we've seen over the last, 90 minutes or so since he's qualified through, it's great. It's great for the sport. It's great for Kenya. It's great for the Super Series. Everyone's a winner with this.
Yeah, and you sort of asked him the question, and I don't think I got the answer because I don't think he realises what's going on back home. But it was a great video to see, and just to see that it was marvellous. But my mind is saying, imagine what we're talking about if he wins it tomorrow.
I tell you what, there's some incredible videos. Now, this is the Kenya National Darts Club, and this is their celebration when Peter Wachiuri goes for the 164, and you could just see the pure reaction as he misses the balls. Have a look at this.
Come on!
So that was when he missed the bullseye to win the game. This is what happened when he eventually crossed the line. Great pictures, aren't they?
Amazing. Yeah, really that's great to see. That's the reason he come over. That's the difference he can make, and they are brilliant videos. I really enjoyed them.
We saw how inspiration that qualifier was. Could this be the next step up? Because you've actually got somebody on an international stage like this proving that players from Kenya, players from Africa can compete at the highest level.
Yeah, Devon Peterson has a vision. And he wants, it wouldn't surprise me if we have a World Series of Darts in Africa in the next 3 to 5 years as well. I mean, Devon Peterson was the first to go onto social media on Monday when Peter won his first game. And it's not about individuals, it's not about Devon, it's not even about Peter, it's not even necessarily about Kenya, it's about Africa. And this is a big moment. Like I said, it's an incredible weekend of darts that we've got. But is he going to be the headline act? Because... yeah, it's been really good, and Devon Peterson will be very proud right now.
You mentioned World Series in Africa. Now, when you consider the attraction that it has got, when you consider the atmosphere at some of the venues, is it the logical next step as a place to go to take the best players in the world? And is the only way you're going to really improve the standard overall is by sending the best over, because if you send the best 8 players in the world over, there feels like a pathway that you can play the best and be the best.
It makes sense, doesn't it? But the calendar, where do we fit another World Series in? I mean, these players it's almost like a 50-week calendar year at the moment to play darts as well. We're in regions which are, we've been there for a few years now. Madison Square Garden was a real wow moment. To go over to Asia. I mean, I watch the China Premier League, and I keep expecting Zong to start producing the goods there. If we can find that golden nugget in Africa, well, this global game that is all about Luke Littler at the moment could just go even further.
Can he win it tomorrow, Peter Wachiuri?
I'd love to say it. The heart says yes. I'd like to see how he's going to react. It's the kind of week that he has a chance. I think it might be a step too far. But it'd be great to see him play someone like Leonard Gates, the 2 inspirational players up there, 2 flamboyant players. So let him enjoy tomorrow night. Let's not put too much pressure on him. I feel like it's job well done already, and whatever happens tomorrow's the bonus. Winning it, I'm not so sure.
National hero?
Oh, well, like you say, why not? Them pictures there, I'm still sort of, whoa, I mean, this is great. This is what we want to see. And just to sort of see the pictures there, the reactions, does he then inspire someone young in Africa, in Kenya, to pick up a set of darts and get academies going there? Like I said, it's going to be interesting. He's laid the foundation now. He was the first.
Now, everybody is a part of the Peter Wachiuri fan club. He's done some fun things this week. What's been your favourite Peter Wachiuri moment?
I mean, I like the Elvis moment, you know, when he does the finger point, but there was the 9-darter was very, very special. But the tops double 17, I mean, we both fell off our chair because the double 17 means so much to him. It's so synonymous to that final that he had with a 154 finish. So I think that was the moment. He's quirky, he's different. The interview stood out.
Glenn, great fun.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, there we go. Right, thank you so much for your company. We'll be back later on tonight. 10 o'clock, we're going to be back on Pluto TV to see how Group B is going to come to a close. Scott Campbell and Leonard Gates lead the way going into tonight's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and we'll be with you later on this evening, up until the early hours, bringing you all of that action. Plenty coming up on Pluto TV until then, though. Coming up next, we're going to have the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk series, where we'll be speaking to the first ever Girls World Champion, Paige Paulin, about her successes and everything that happened at the Lakeside last month. Very much a star of the future, and we'll be chatting to her in depth in the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk. That's coming up in a few moments' time here at the Super Series on Pluto TV. But we're going to be back tonight from 10 p.m. to see how Scott Campbell, Leonard Gates et al. Will get on. But before we leave you tonight, Peter Wachiuri, well, he's been the star of the Super Series. And before we go, he's got a message for you. See you tonight.
Africa, we can make it, and we are going for it. Why not? Thank you, Madam.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is amazing.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty